Hi, hello everyone. Welcome to our Mac Desmond Masterclass courses. I am Saravanan and I'm from India. I done my masters in multimedia engineering and 3D arts and animation. I have a good experience of designs for the 10 years. In this masterclass, you are going to be learn the Adobe Illustrator, all the ingredients and the secrets of working from the basic level. All the working files are attached to the zipped folder for your training experience. You can follow me all the classes with the appropriate Illustrator files. This class is designed for the who the people didn't have the experience in Adobe Illustrator before. So don't hesitate to take the class these things. Each and every classes are explained visually with all the keystrokes are recorded for your convenience of the speed workflow. That is very important. For each and every keystrokes, that means the shortcut keys are everything in B get in the below of the video, so you can see the class projects of this course at detailed lessons how to make the designs. I am very getting excited to see you all in my the course, and don't forget to make your projects and submit on. We will discuss about your experience on the hard stages too. So without further ado, let's get started with the lessons. See you on the lessons, guys. So what are the things required for this course? First of all, you just need a PC or any computer with installation of Adobe Illustrator application. Then the second thing, you just need some more time. You just allocated some time and some amount of patience to learn these stuffs, because I just give you all the information from the zero level only. So you just make some need of patience to learn these stuffs and everything. The third one, yeah, piece of paper and a pen or pencils, whatever the things. You just have no need of field notes or any costly other things. Just a piece of paper and a pen or pencil. You just take notes from our lessons. Take the notes and practice it. The fourth one, make a project class about the lessons, and you just completed, you just post it into my project section or classes, anything. I am very happy to see that and give you the feedback about it. That's it. These are all the requirements of these lessons. So move to the next one. So move to the next class. Hello everyone. This video we are going to be see about the Adobe Illustrator interface. So when you are just using before the Photoshop or any softwares for the related to the Adobe applications, this is very familiar to the Adobe applications, because everything's of InDesign, Illustrator and Photoshop have maximum similar arrangements of interface only. So let's see that. I am just working in the Illustrator CC 2020 throughout this all the course. Whether if you are working the below CC 2017, 18, 19, whatever versions you just be working on, it's not at all a problem, it's not at all a issue. Just continue the lessons to learn about the Illustrator. Once you just open the Illustrator, this screen will be comes off, and my webcam is going to be to the right top of the edge for the video. Why I just placed in that video means you can see me what my accents are going down, so what is the expressions and what we have to, so it's a type of interconnected inside the videos. So let's get started. And this is the everyone knows about that AI, that logo will be placed down, and this is the welcome screen. In that welcome screen, so many types of dimensions of the paper will arrange it inside this. So kind of A4 postcard size web, like that, so much. When you click the create new document, means you can create a new document from here, or you can open the recent documented you just worked on it from here. If I just click the create new, a new document window will be popped up inside your applications. You can see out the recent documents, most recent working documents of these ones. What I am using in that means that is A4 sheet of paper. I just created for iPhone a wallpaper. Before that, postcard. I just created some greetings to some of the friends. Some saved sizes of your own, you can save it also, and you can save it as a template also. For that, mobile, you can see a bunch of mobile screen devices of different sizes in pixels, and the web, print, and as well as film and video, art and illustration also. These are all inbuilt sizes of the documents. Once you come down from here, you can see the units, what kind of units you are just using inside the documents. Some people will use inches, centimeters, pixels, because points, in India we don't use about the picos and the points and everything. Points sometimes we just used, millimeters, centimeters, pixels we just used often. And the orientation, landscape and the portrait and the landscape only. And this is the portrait, means this kind of will be there. Okay, portrait. Landscape means just rotate this side. Okay, this is the land side. And how many artboards? Artboards is nothing but how many documents. Okay, how many working sheets. Okay, in a document you can working for the 10 artboards, means single document consists of 10 papers, like that. It's kind of your papers only. Okay, that is artboards. And the bleed, and this means if you are going for printing, the bleed is very much important, because what content did not going to outside of the paper, that means content of the printing. Okay, this is the bleed. And for the advanced options, you can choose for the color mode, raster effects, and the previous mode. That means you can go for the RGB mode for saving the documents inside your PC, inside your digital documents, like that. For CMYK means you can go for the printing colors. Okay, right? Then the raster effects, kind of PPI, that means high quality. It defines the quality of the printing sheets. 100 PPI means pixels per inch. 300 PPI, pixels per inch. Okay, PPI. And the preview mode, that means default what we are choosing in that. If you are using the GPU, you can use it inside. I will show you later that one. Once I click any other things from here and just click create, means that size will be created inside your as a artboard, that is document, right? These are all things. Once I click the close this thing, I just already opened a sample document. This is not a, this once a sample document only. Inside this you can see from here, this is RGB mode and the GPU preview. Okay, the left side, all the toolbars will be populated, all the tools will be populated in the toolbar. Here the last one, edit the toolbar, if you just click it, you can go for all the tools will be from here. What are the tools you just needed, you just take it. Unnecessary tools you can filter out inside this by just clicking the basic version of the toolbar, or just click this and click the advanced version of the toolbars, and you can manage the toolbars also. Let's we see in the later one, right? And this is the toolbar properties sections from here, and this is the menu bar section, and this is the toolbar properties section, and these are the windows from the right side, and the navigator, it is the last one. If you go for zoom, that means you can create from here, you can pick it up very quickly inside your workflow. It will increase your workflow timing from here. And these are the layers, like such as all the windows going to be populated from here, these right side. Okay, it will be taken down from the window menu and you can pop it out inside this. And the same thing as like the Photoshop, from here you can save your workspace. From here you can create I just pick it down some other windows. From here means I just go for the click the new workspace. You can give your name of the workspace, just click the OK like this. Just this once I just click the sample, okay, workspace. I just click OK. Now this workspace is named as a sample workspace. Whenever I just come to the interface, you just started working in the Illustrator. Okay, now I just pick some other things from here. Okay, you just don't need to bother about that. I just closed all these things. Okay, now some of the windows will be not founded inside this ones. We do not make such time just go into the window and pick these things and again come to here. You just go for pick it down from here. No need to for the time, and also we need time saving. So just click reset the sample workspace. That's it. Every windows will be again populated inside the interface as it is, where it is before that one. It is actually very useful for the interface substance. For the interface video, you just get some board things. Okay, let's get started to the directly to the course. See you on the video. Now we are seeing about the very important thing inside the Adobe Illustrator. The first one, preferences. So what is the preferences and why we are using that and how do we use that? Let's see in the same video. One single video will gain you so many knowledges from here. If you are using the Windows or some other things, you can just go for the file menu and you can go for the last one. Preferences will be there. Some kind of versions will be in the edit menu. Preferences will be there. If you are using the Mac version, you just go for the Illustrator menu, preferences, general, or otherwise simply click the Control K or Command K, the shortcut key inside this ones. And the general documents, whatever these things, these are the just like a electric main board for these all circuits. From here, whatever you just be selected from these ones, it will be applied to your workspace, to your application, to your native things of this. It's actually very useful. So disable auto add or the delete. Okay, if you want to need that, you can simply check the box from here. Double click to isolate these things. Okay, scale the corners, scale the strokes and the effects. We will this is very superb things. Scale the corners and scale super things. And these are the general things. What is the type? So typography. Okay, this is very much related to the Microsoft Word or some other things only. And the selection and the anchor display. So anchor display means this is the size of the anchor point. So if you want to see the maximum size, a bigger one like this, means you can change it for the anchor points like this ones. So I will tell you whatever the layers from here, what are the anchor points, what is this, the handle style, what is these things. So under the guides and the colors, what the guide color I just need to here from here cyan type means I just go for the red. No problem, you can choose it. Everything is customs. And the lines, if I just go for the guidelines, if you got to go for lines, if you just need for the dots, you can go for it. That's it. Only two types only available from here, only the lines or with the dots. And the grid, how many grids from here, so many colors will be available. That color will be comes out from the grid. If I choose blue custom color like this, not at all a problem. Or the lines or the dots, grid for the every pixels, how much grid size that box will be comes to every boxes. 72 pixels of the size, the box is a one box, that 72 72 72 like that will be going off, that grid will be makes into that. So how many subdivisions will be that? 8 parts will be comes down from here, because we just default by given by the 8. If you need a 16 24, you just proceed that. So smart guidelines, slicers, hyphenation, see that everything, the user interface, why I just using for the black and white means some people will be using for the white things or the gray, medium gray and the black ones. Why I just go for the black ones? Most of my viewers and students will be watched down inside the mobiles or iPad or whatever the things. Your concentration will not go from beyond that. I believed that once. So now I just using this one. The UA scaling I just using for small to the next level, because you can see my windows or what the numbers I just giving into the my panels. It will be easily clear that, and I can zoom it also inside my videos very easily. Performance, I am using the iMac 27 with the 8 GB graphic card, AMD Radeon Pro. This is your GPU details comes from here, and GPU performance from here, and these are the appearance of the black, how much rich black you just using inside that. This one's for the printing purpose, also for the digital versions, also everything. File handling and the clippings, how many recent files you just needed inside these ones. That means 20 recent files. No, I just need for the only 10, like this means you can go for it. That's in, you just click it and you just click OK. That's it. These are all the preferences panels. You just need to work with it before you just dive into the Adobe Illustrator. This is very very important, these things. All that properties and comes are down. I will show the step by steps and everything whenever it comes. That's like that. Control K, this one's scales and strokes. When we will be just click these ones, when will be take down these ones, I will tell you in the later lessons. Thank you for that. See you on the next lesson. In this video we are going to be seeing about how to create a document inside the Illustrator. It is actually very interesting, this one. Just create that. So if you click the A4 size and the postcard size or any other documents inside to pre-inbuilt means, you just go into the like create new, like I already said in the interface tool. You just click and you can create that. So now I just make me for A4 kind of a sheet means, click the millimeters into my pixels. You can see what kind of pixels, okay, for the width and the height, everything. If I click the landscape, that will be reverted, okay. That means width going into be height and the height goes into be width. So if I click the portrait mode, that means the paper will be as it is same like the A4 sheet only. If I click the sheet like this means we can see that for an example. And this is the A4 sheet from here, and this is the landscape mode, and this is this portrait mode, right? You can understand these ones. So now kind of artboards also, how many artboards you just need it, you can give from here, or otherwise no need to worry about that. You can change inside the Illustrator documents also, no problems. So I just click only one artboard from here. Now I click create a A4 size document created into your workspace. Only one artboard only, where we can see that how many artboards from here. You can see from here, right? This is artboard navigation, and how much zoom of the document we are just using from here, and this is the artboard navigation from here. And one more thing from here, you just click this Artboard tool. The shortcut is Shift O. Once I click that once, and I go to the properties panels, like this window, go for the property, where it is, properties. Once I click this is the artboards, the name of the artboard, and what kind of the document, that is means preset A4. So many presets are available. You can create whatever you just need to work for any customers, any clients, or any type of friends from here. That is Artboard options also available. Once you click the Artboard options available from here, you can a bunch of so many properties and everything, with the height and the XY properties, orientations, constraint of the proportions, and this is very much useful. And if you can see everything step by step from here. Once I click the Artboard number 1, and this is my main artboard, right? So I just name as here like this, then I click OK. Now this artboard, you can see from here, number 1, main artboard, that is one. And then second thing, you can press the space bar, you just move the artboard wherever in the workspace, right? Press the space bar and click, left click, you can move. And if you press the Alt or Option key, okay, you can see the double headed arrow, just click it and you can move to the next to the right. You can make a duplicate of the artboard, whatever you size defined it, you can just duplicate with the same properties. That is the one. So these are the artboard options you can created inside these ones. Once you created these things, you just press click exit, that's it. Or if you need one more artboard like this, everything means you can click the edit the artboard, you can check another, again you can create an artboard, so many artboards from here, right? Once you press the click Control or Command 0, which artboard you just selected from here, that one will be comes over on your workspace. If I need the first one, means I just selected from here, I click the main artboard, then if I make zoom or you can zoom out, press Control or Command 0 to make it quick to view the full artboard on your workspace. So this is the first starting to create the document and the artboards, right? Understand this ones. Move to the next lesson. In this video we are going to be seeing about the toolbars, how to we just created a new toolbar for our own workflow style, or you just how to maintain that. Okay, let's see that. So this is the left side, okay, this is the toolbar what we have to see from here. So if I click the double headed arrow, you can see the stacking of two column size, right? So if I click again, only one single column will be available inside this ones. Come to the come to the bottom size. So click the edit the toolbar. So come to the last one, you can see the 3 dots from here, okay, that one is edit the toolbar. If I click it, a pop-up panel will be comes out from there. Again a burger icon will be there, like a burger. I said the burger only, I don't know what the specified name for that. So the 3 lines and the 3 dots will be there, it's a burger icon. Once you click this, you can see 4 things will be available: advanced, basic, and the new toolbar, and the manage the toolbars. So what are those things? So advanced means all the tools will be populated in the toolbars. Basic means some kind of tools will be available inside the Illustrator, necessary needs and everything. So that one will be populated only, rather than everything will be gets inside into the all the tools only. So now I just click into the advanced toolbars. Okay, now everything will be populated inside in the toolbars. Now I just click down, all the things will be selection, draw, and the navigation, everything will be comes down. Once I click from here, I just click to the new toolbar. If I need a new toolbar for my own kind of designs, tools, whatever you just need. Sometimes you don't need perspective tools, sometimes you just don't need to the blend tools, only some sort of tools only you just needed. So for that you just name as like this ones, like this drawing tool bar. Okay, drawing toolbar, I just created, click this. Yeah, a nice toolbar will be comes down again from here. Okay, now I just click this plus icon, or just click this. I selection tool we just need. Okay, whatever we just drawing or anything, we just need to selection. Okay, direct selection also we just need that one. So later then we just see what are these tools will be working down. Now I just tell you how to create that one toolbars. Okay, pen tool, like this, whatever you just need, you just pick the tool and go to put it inside that toolbox. That's it, only click that one. Now you just have your own toolbar like this. Okay, you can make a creator and some kind of an add tool, line segment. Okay, spiral tools, one more. I just no need to waste your time with tool. That's it. Once you comes down from here, you just no need to this toolbar from here. Just click this, close it. All your workspace and your the space will be very perfect for your drawing tools only. This is the drawing tools. So now again I just click from here, from this one, manage the toolbars. I already have a 2 toolbars inside my workspace. The drawing toolbar, now we just created for a sample one, so I don't need that, right? So simply I just click, I delete this. Okay, now I just click these toolbars, cancel this ones, no problem. Again I just go into the Mac Desmond courses. Now I just click reset the Mac Desmonds. Everything will be comes down for my workflow style. That's it. Now you can create your own toolbar inside the Adobe Illustrator. Congratulations. See you on the next video. Hi there. In this video we are just going to be learn about a very important thing around the Illustrator application, because whenever we just make some designs with objects, with the shapes, or whatever the text and whatever these things, it's going to be populated in that window only. So what is that window? Yes, layers. So for the layers, we're just going to be click the window menu and you can go for the layers. The shortcut key is F7, right? If you press the F7 key, immediately that layer window will be opt out on your application. So I just pick it out the layer from here to make you clear what is going on, right? So many several designs will be appear on this one. What this boards. Okay, this artboard. So these designs will be, we just learn in the same course after these videos. So first we just be to learn what is layers and how do we manage it. So everything instead of Photoshop, if in the Photoshop we just need to create a layer and we are making the designs or objects whatever inside these ones, then only we can move separately from it. But in Illustrator, whatever you just be created, the designs and everything, it will make a path or a object or a some shapes in a different layers automatically. Okay, let's we see that. So in this, all the groups and the paths and these things, this everything will be populated in inside these things only. So how to create a new layer means, I just go into the new thing, new document. From here I just draw a new circle, right? And this one, yeah, perfect polygon. So what is the type of polygon means? Hexagon and a star. Nice, very good. So where are these three objects inside the layer? Just click on the drop down of the layer, first one, that means the drop down arrow. Okay, right? In that, a star is a path, a polygon is a shape, and ellipse is a shape. It's okay. So how to select these objects means, to the right side of this you can see a target icon will be there. In that target icon, if you click the target icon, that object are be only selected. If I click this polygon means only that only will be selected. Okay, it will be very seen clearly when I just fill some colors into it. Okay, you can see very clear. So now this one, see, right, polygon, and this is the path. If I need to group with these ones, okay, I just select all the things and I can make a group, and I can before these groups and like this. You can see this video in the next lesson how to organize that ones. So making the groups and everything. In this lesson we are going to be seeing how to create a new layer, that one. Now I just create a new layer, second layer, that means, okay, right? In that second layer I created the two things, that means a square and a rounded rectangle or rounded square, and this is the rectangle and that is the rounded square. Yes, a rectangle, a square, a rounded square, and a rounded rectangle. Okay, all these four things, okay, the same color, maybe we think this, yes, oh my god, yes, that color going to be disturbing your eye because it is a fluorescent color, right? So now this green, there's the four things, these square things, where it is means at the drop of the second layer only, and we can be choose out only the thumbnails will be going to be very small and everything. How to make the thumbnails like big, like inside my these things? Okay, you can make it preferred out of your own style. Just come to the drop down, this ones, okay, the burger icon of the layer window, come down to the panel option. In that panel option you can see, so row size of the small, medium, large. Small means no thumbnails, only the shapes and names only will be occurred. That means rectangle, 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 path. We just confused, okay, right? This one is not user friendly for a designer. So for large means, yeah, a little bit okay, yeah, cute thumbnail, a cute size of the thumbnail will be appeared on your screen. But what I am using this means, for in the other 35 pixels I am using normally, okay, right? For all my projects and everything 35 pixels is very going very good. If you gonna more than also, not at all a problem, it's your choice. Okay, for the designs there is no rules inside this. If say some rules means, try to dare to break it, then only you can find out a new path of a way. This is my kind of advice. And you can create a new sub layer also. What do you mean by the sub layer? Means, yeah, this is the sub layer, that is the thing. So on that sub layer I can create a box, that's it, right? Or otherwise you just created automatically a sub layer inside this. Okay, inside that sub layer you can create it after that once. So this is the most important thing on the layer window. And then you can create the duplicate things, and you can get the flatten the works. So how to flatten the works means, I just selected this layer 2, I just click it, flatten the artwork, means all the things comes into be only one object, that's it. So this kind of examples and everything will be sequenced in the next upcoming videos. Okay, thank you for watching this video. Move on to the next video. Hold on, try to learn all these things. I just explain you everything, okay, right, from A to Z. So keep touching. Okay, in this video we are going to be seeing about how to organize the layers. That means we are seeing about how to name the layers, how to rename, how to delete, such things. So I just press the Control or Command V, boom. I just copy these elements from another document. I just paste it only. So such this. Okay. Now I just how to these ones. You just want to see the groups inside, what is going on from here. Okay, so this is very small to see for me or for you. Like this means, if you just go to the panel option, for the other 20 pixels it's going on to be here, but I just choose 50. Okay, if you need the thumbnails for the layers or for the groups or for the objects or for all the things, you just click the check mark. Okay, now I just click OK. That means your thumbnail is going to be seen about 50 pixels of this ones. So you can easily watch out what we are going to be design inside this group or outside the groups, like that. So you can easily select also by clicking the targeted mark. Okay, if I need to select this square from the panel, means you can just click this, what one, targeted mark, right? Or otherwise you can get the selection like this. If you want, if you select like this, under the group everything will be selected, right? For now, if I select the direct selection tool, only this, what, yeah, tell about that, only that shape only be selected. If you select the direct selection tool, directly select that groups only. Sorry, directly selected that element or that object only. If you go for the selection tool, if you select this, only you can be selected that group only, right? Understand? Don't be confused that one. Now that group selection, if you select everything, whatever inside that things, that group will be automatically selected. This is the difference between the selection, direct selection and the group selection tool. Okay, understand this once, don't confuse these things. And later be that, if I want to be group or double click on the group mixing, okay, shapes, okay, shapes in color. Now I just go to the direct selection or the simply selection the tool. I select all of these things, put it inside this ones. How to make the duplicate means, press the Alt key or the Option key, the headed arrow will be comes into double headed arrow. Okay, now you pick and release it, that's it. Okay, now you just click the fill color, going into be none, so no fills of inside this, right? This is the colors. This is once I select this again, this one, shapes without color, right? Under this groups, shapes, you can rename like this. Very simple. Just double click on this one and put it on your name, whatever you just need. That, click enter. That's it. Why we are renaming these things means, if you are going into the projects, so much of layers, so much of objects will be inside your working area. So once you rename these things, you could be easily find out where it is, what it is, and when it is be located. Sorry, where it is to be located. Okay. Then now, how to delete means, I just put it in the direct selection tool. Once I click this, right, simply click the delete button, means only that part will be selected. Or otherwise, if I select the group selection, I select this, that means sweep up this thing, delete. You can delete the entire object, right? If you want to be direct selection tool, once I click this anchor point only. If I click deleted, that anchor point will be only deleted. If I sweep, delete means entire will be deleted. Understand that one? Okay. Delete the only that corner points only, or delete the only path. Delete this, only that path will be deleted. This is transformations. Actually, we don't need this. In this video, we are going to learn about the shapes. So how to make the shapes within different aspects of it, with math or without math. So rather than more talking, we just let to more working on it. So come to the toolbar. You have to be seeing the rectangle tool. The shortcut is M. In this point, I'm just going to tell you, learn the shortcut keys more and more, and practice on your application more and more. Then one day you will feel as a master, believe it. So now right click on it. You can see the tools will be there. Rectangle tool, rounded rectangle tool, ellipse tool, polygon tool, star tool will be there. To the right side, a small triangular icon will be there. If you just click this icon, you can pick it up from that tool. Okay, this bar. So once you need the horizontal toolbar, means you can get it like this. If you need the vertical like this, means you can click the double-headed this arrow. You can get this arrow like this. So why I am telling that, if every time you are going to make a shape, different shapes, means you can go for it and right click and mess it with it. So no need to mess when you pick it outside from these ones. You can create as well as any type of at any number of shapes inside your document. So then now shortcut key is the M. Here the examples of this: square, some kind of a polygon with more sides, and this one usually says that circle, triangle, and that hexagon. This is octagon and double sides, and this one is very super familiar, but it is a very simple one. You just create it. You can create it as a very simple. So now I just create a new blank layer. I just hide out everything. Now I just click the rectangle tool. Simply draw the rectangle from here. Okay, don't release the left mouse button. If you come to these ones, you can see a guides when the smart guide is on only. Okay, where is the smart guides? You just go for the view and you can this one. Shortcut key is Control U or Command U. Okay, so when I just disable this one, you did not see any smart guides. Okay, when I do like this, you just this one, width and height as proportional, that means square. This is rectangle, right? But one thing is there is no math inside this what we are creating. If you are planned before drawing, before creating a logo or documents or any headers for the Facebooks, Twitters, any other things, if you are planned this much size only I just needed, means how to create that. Let make it is very simple. It is have some beauty inside this, the Illustrator of any versions. Just click the rectangle tool. Once you click on the board only, you just a pop-up menu will be appeared on your things, that is width and height. What is the width you needed, what is the height you needed? So in this I just press 100 pixels of 50 pixels, this one, click at exactly whatever the pixels numbers what we are created. This is very superb. Once you click the move tool or selection tool, you just select it, you just go for the that properties bar, you can see it 100 by 50 pixels of the shape, right? And where it is located means this is the x value of the x and y values is located as this one. If you move from here, that value will be changed, x and y values will be. So if I created 100 pixels means it will be go for that ones, and the pixel y and that's range means 200 means it will be get down, and when I make it 50 pixels means it will be go up, that one, right? So you can change by the properties bar also, and you can create a valid point out pixel values. Once I created these things, the first one is the background color, okay, that means fill color, and this one as the stroke color. If I click, I will give to the blue one, means it will be makes fill with blue, okay, and the stroke black, I just give it to the normal light blue from here, right? You can create such things once you select, and you can give whatever the colors you need. And the stroke point, how much pixels you just need the stroke points. If I need 5 means the stroke width will be stronger, and if you reduce the values means that stroke will be getting lesser. If I make 0 means only the fill color will be up there, that is the box things. And the second one, if I make the ellipse tool, if I make releasing like this means a ellipse will be created, okay? Or otherwise, if I create like this, press the hold the shift key, you can create a perfect circle, right? Or the third one, just click how much pixels of the circle you just need it. Whether if I need the constraint with height proportions which should be locked means, okay, 45 pixels of the circle I just needed. This is the exact of 45 pixels size of the circle. Very superb things. Okay, now I just delete these things. Once I come to the polygon tool, if I just click on these ones, you just need the polygons, what is the size of the polygon and how much sides you just need. If I make 3 sides means what will become a triangle will become, the 4 sides means a square will become, and the 5 side pentagon, 6 hexagon, 7 heptagon, 8 octagon, 9 nanogon, decan. It is very superb things to learn this such things. Now okay, click it. I just made for the 5-sided polygon, that means pentagon, right? 50 pixels of the pentagon size. Then I click it. You just go to the properties bar, these ones. You can make any fill color, and you just go for the stroke color also. If you just need stroke, click the polygon tool. Once I click it, pop-up polygons will be comes out, and the 5-sided pentagon will be, we can create it. Now I just click these ones. The fill color is the green and the stroke color is the blue, and the stroke size is 5 pixels. Okay, and the stroke with one is uniform, basics, and we just learned these things in the stroke video. Okay, now I just created the shapes only. Once I click it, the 8-sided, that means octagon. Okay, now I just click things. This is the octagon. You can create any shapes, anything's inside this ones. Now I just delete this thing. Now just come to the D for the default key. Okay, press the D key as for the default. That means white and the black stroke will be comes out. Once I click the polygon, if I draw like this, what is the current, that means the last state what you are giving the sides of the polygons, it will be takes off. Once I press the down key, that means arrow key, down key or the up arrow key, you can increase your sides, how much sides you just need, you can make it. Okay, once I release it, I have a triangle for this. If I make 5 pixels of stroke, means you can see clearly on your things. So whatever the stroke size, that's beyond up to you. Okay, this is the shapes what we are creating on these ones. And now the star, the same thing. If you draw these things, if you press the up arrow key, you can make the number of faces will be increased. Okay, if I need 6-sided stars, means that is very cool. I love it. And I love one more things also, right? The radius 1 and the radius 2 points, 12-point star. I love it very much, because for the designing and the logos and everything, so much of these designs will be used at the number of points and everything. So you learned these type of shapes, how to make these shapes with the size, or for the roughly one with the size, you just do the math. That is very, very useful for that. If you draw on a paper and if you fix it the size, that means 1280 by 720 pixels, that means 720 pixels height of the document, means you just created everything inside this ones. How to create that ones? So once you click this ones, and the width 1280, okay, by 720 pixels of this one. This is the comes to the rectangle. Once I click, created this, see this is the size of the rectangle size. Wow, it's so bigger, so bigger. This is the size. Okay, if you need to divide the path of this ones, 1/3 of this, or 1/2, 1/4, that means only single the by divided by 4. You can do your math inside your properties panel also, right? 720 by 4. Yes, 4 times lesser the size of that 720 pixel. You can do your math, division or multiplication or whatever the things. See, I just deleted all these things. Once I have this square only, I just make Control C, that means copy. Okay, edit, copy, and going to again edit, paste in front. Okay, in front of this, that means you can paste in front of the layer. Now for that shape, I just multiplied by of 2. Before that, I just put it in the constraint value. So I just give only 1 times is enough, multiples of 2. See this square is going to be double the size of the inside square. Do the math and play it around. You can create any shapes inside these ones, and you can play around these things. Make shapes and submit it inside your a single document, everything. I will give the feedbacks, and I will also so happy also. So see you on the next lesson. Hi there. In this video we are going to be learn about the transformation of the shapes, how to working precisely, and how to making the selection techniques like that. So for the example, if you are seeing here, there is a circle from here. When you see here, a circle is going to be cut like a pie or the pizza shape, whatever in this, but I am not any slicing in that. So how to transform or how to reshape these things, and these are the maximum polygons, making the simple one polygon only, how to resize these things. Okay, let's see it. Okay, now I just make a circle. Okay, press the shift key to make it the perfect circle size from here, or otherwise you just get the ellipse shape only. When you just bring here, your smart guides also will help you to make the perfect circle. But if you press the shift key, automatically a perfect circle will be comes out. So now in this circle, when you just move your cursor or the mouse pointer, whatever, to this point, okay, there is a handle will be shown from here, and if this is, well, usually to just pick it round to the start the pi angle, whatever you just needed. If you need the half circle, just go into that, press the shift key to make the 180 degree of this one, because a circle is going to be 360 degree. Okay, now perfectly 180 degree of the circle is going to be that's one. See this, we are not cut the shape, and we are not any intersects like the Pathfinder tool inside this ones to the shape modes, whatever just things. So let's be seen about that in the future lessons, that kind of Pathfinder, how to use that ones. So now I just make again a circle from here to this, press the Ctrl C or Command C, okay, to copy in the best one, paste in the front again. Now you just move it to the right side. For this circle I just make a nice 90 degree. Okay, for this circle I just bet it into the reverse side of this one, right? See this, now you understand this one, and this is the 3/4 of the circle, and this is the 1/4 of the circle. We can make it by like this also. Okay, put it aside from there. Now we make a polygon tool. You just click to draw, you just click it and start drawing, right? Now you press the up arrow key or the down arrow key to make the sides increasing. That means triangle, square, pentagon, hexagon, heptagon, octagon, nonagon, decan. Like this you can increase this. But once you draw the shape, you release it. How can we change from here means, you can see this from here. Okay, there is a little rhombus like this, a shot from here. Okay, if I click, if I make moving upward, move the mouse upwards, you can increase the size of your shapes, right? This is very cool. Take a duplicate from here. This is 6 sides, that means hexagon. If I need to make octagon means go to the rhombus side the sphere, click and move up the mouse 8 sides. Now it shows, right? Leave it. This is octagon. It's very much useful for your shape making in your projects, on any type of projects from here. If you need this, you can do it. So you can learn how to transform the shapes. I just explaining you here 2 things: selection techniques, how to select these things. Okay, now press the M key to make the square also. Okay, now press the V key to make it move from here to this ones, and to perfectly, I just to show you on the desk, right? Now you select this. If you press the V key, that selection key will come. If you press the A key, what will be that? Direct selection tool, right? Press the V key, you can move the total object. If I press the A key, if I click the only one, okay, that anchor point, if I press that only one anchor point, you can move this anchor point only. Okay, like that. You just move to this thing, you just move to that one, you just move to this thing. You can draw whatever inside the illustration points, like a window. You can make it, you can do any other things from here, right? So for the selection key, I just make a square, nice square from here. Press the V key, you can move the whole object from here, right? If you press the A shortcut key, that means direct selection tool. In that direct selection tool, you can select each and every anchor point, and you can move whatever the sides, whatever the space you can move. So I just move this anchor point to the right side of this one. If I select this anchor point only, I just move to the left like this. I can move it, and I can give the shape to whatever you just need to work it like this. So if I make a duplicate of this one like this, right? If I press again A key, you just select this, the corner things, okay? Bring it inwards to make the sharp corners into the round corners, right? You can make it in any shape. Bring the A key, select this, select the invert type means press the one side means you can do like that, or otherwise you just select like this. You can make all the sides easily. Understand this one? And this is the types of selection, the anchor points. You can pull over, you can pull inside, you can pull the outside, right? Understand this. Make more shapes and learn about these things. See you on the next video. Hi there. In this video, you are just going to be learn about the alignment of the shapes. So what is the alignment of the shapes? Why it's just needed? If you drop the objects here and there on your table and everything means it looks like very bad, right? Isn't it? So it's not bad. It does not looks great. Okay, when you just aligned all the objects on your table means how it will looks like. It's a well organized table. It's a well look. It's a greater than that thing. Okay, right? Like that only. We just align the shapes, align our objects, align our artwork on the document what we are working on it. So let's see it how to do that. So I'm not concentrating on the color of the circles from here, only the different colors of the circles, and this is the title of these ones. So if these ones, so for a single only one right, only one circle. How to align that one? So if I select the circle, come to the properties bar, you can see this one align to the artboard or align to the selection. So this is the main thing what we have, right? And one more thing we have in that window, align tab will be there. Okay, so this is the align tab. You can work on to here also. So I just pick it out from there. Then now I just put it here or put it in the center. Now you can easily see what is going on that one. So for this, align to, right? So what you are going to align to this object, for that artboard or for the selection. Now I just select that artboard. If I need center to the to the artboard, this object means I just give to horizontally center and vertically distribute of the center. This one is vertical and center. So now that object will come alignment to the center of your artwork, right? This is very superb things. Now I just turn all these things alignment to the shapes, only this thing off. Now I just select all the circles. Okay, put it align to the vertical center first. Okay, this is align the objects. So this is align the objects. This is distribution. Distribution means one after the objects. How to distribute that? How to distribute between the spaces? That means the space between the this circle to the this circle. Okay, like that. So I select all these ones. Now I shift click to the horizontal center. That means all the shapes, that means that between these shapes, that length will be equally distributed to the objects. I hope you understand these things. Once again I do that. You just unaligned all the objects. Now you select all the things, or I just select the three circles only, right? It is very much useful to understand that. Now I come to vertically align center first. Okay, I just align this. Bring to the distributed means, if I click the distributed center means for the center of the artboard you just distributed. Okay, now the circle between this length and to this length also same, right? If I come over from here, you can make it for manual also like this. See, once I put it in the center, if I move it, that smart guidelines will be show you, right? This is the manual distribution and this is automatically distribution and this is the manual distribution. Just play around with the align tab. And to the selection also, if I make selection, that means now again come to the shapes. If I select everything, the circles, make it vertically align center, horizontally distributed means where the first one and the last one, that one it will be distributed. That means, see, I just put it from here, right? Now this one, if I select these all things, it will not go to the first and the last to the artboard, because now we are selected to the selection. So the selected things will be at the position and it will be distributed what we decided like this. Then you come back into the center like this. It will be distributed all those things equally. So alignment is very, very useful in your Artboard, you can easily understand these things, play around these with the different kind of objects, different kind of shapes, different kind of text, anything you can align it, right? Play around these things, learn about these things, and that my kind advice. See you on the next video. Hi there. In this video, we are just going to be learn about the combining or separation of the shapes. That means you can make shapes. Two shapes will be there. With that, the shapes you can make a combine and make a new shape, or you just separate your one shape with the help of the another shape. You can make another new shape. Am I confusing you? No problem. So you can demonstrate on the with the example. Before that, making that once, this video is be going to might a little bit long, but it is very useful inside the Illustrator, so don't skip it out. You just learn these things. I just go to the new workspace, and this is the color, okay, and this is the Pathfinder, two window mode, okay, two windows. I just pick it out from there, and this once I make the brush tool, okay, I just pick the brush tool, and I'm having the pen tablet of XP Pen Deco 03. What I have, it is very much useful, it is affordable, okay, it is not costlier like Wacom and more things. I am using for past 3 to 4 years the same tablet. It is very very useful, and it is very affordable, and it is very good looking also. It have a nice this one dial also, okay, and 6 customizable keys also is there, right? 10 point something inches working area, 8192 pressure levels. It have a tilt option also, so it is very useful to working. If you want to buy any new pen tablet, means I suggested to the XP pen what I am using on it, so I am very happy about that. So let's see about combining or separation of the shapes. So in this, we are just going to be learn some mathematics, so it is a very little only, don't be afraid of this. So shape modes in the Pathfinder, you can find the shape modes, 4 kind of shape modes available, and these Pathfinders, this is 6 types of Pathfinders available. So what is the shape mode? So I just give you the example by using the simple method only. So I just draw it. So press the B key on the keyboard. I just take the brush and I shape this ones. So this is the first shape, letter it as A, and this is the B, okay, that circle or any shapes from here, okay. If I get unit, this means unit, that options means you can unite this, that means it will add these also and these also, okay. Like how to make this ones means, if I take the shape like this, okay, and I shape like this, means it will add all of these things, okay. Understand these ones in that unit. So in this minus the front means, how is that means minus the front, this is the front area, okay, this will be deleted, only this part will be available. So this is minus the front, right? Understand? So we see the examples from here. I just told you the options, how it will be looks like, okay. So this is the A shape and this is the B shape, and this is the one intersect, means where these shapes going to be intersect. So this area only this area will be available. This area automatically deleted means it will be gone off, okay. Only this area will be available when we are choosing the intersect option, okay. Then now This is the exclude. So what do you mean by exclude? Means opposite of the intersection. Only this area will be available. Okay, this area will deleted. So let's see it by making the shapes on it. Then I press my L key to make a nice circle. I just fill any color. The stroke, I don't need it. To the circle, I just make another one by pressing the Alt key to move it to the options. To the second circle, I just make another color from here. Okay, I just put it along this way, right? Then I make again the duplicate 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, move it along this side. For these two circles, I make unite, so these shapes will be get united, right? For these two shapes, I select the both shapes, then only it will operate. Minus the front, right? You will get this shape from that. Now the third one, intersect, only this shape will be available. For this one, exclude, now this shape will be available. So this is unite, and this is minus front, and this is intersect, and this is exclude. So now you just get an idea to make the shapes from here. We can make any shapes about inside the Illustrator by using the shapes of square, circle, ellipse, polygons, and the star, whatever these things. Okay, let's find out some shapes and play around that in the next video. Hi there, hello everyone. So in this video we are just going to be see about Pathfinders. Pathfinder is a very unique style, so it does not have in the Photoshop, but it is in the Illustrator for the vector designings. So how to use that Pathfinder using the shapes and create new shapes, how to do that? So let's find out. So in that window you can go for the Pathfinder. That means Control Shift F9 is the shortcut key. Command Shift F9 for the Mac version. So once I pick this window from here and I just need shapes, so I just click out the shapes here. I just do it like this. So this is the lines and spiral, arc tools, and these are the shapes inbuilt there. So you know how to make the shape before this video, right? So now let's making shapes using the Pathfinders among these shapes. Okay, I just have make some shapes and put it there. So I'll take a duplicate of this one by pressing the Alt key on that shape and everything. So I just create like this ones and taking to the center of the same circle from here, then do it like this. Then you just belong to from here. You can make it by pressing this. You can just make the square from here. If I do it like this on the top of this one, if you need it, you know, in the color shit. Okay, I just make few shapes from here. If I arrange, if I set this to the top of the sphere, it is like that only. If you need to the back side of the sphere, means just to select the square, right click on it and go to arrange, send to the back. So now it will go to the back. Now the sphere will be come to the front side, or otherwise you just arrange in the layers like in the Photoshop. Put it beneath to the layer, put it above to the layer. That one is very easy. So now I just make intersect to that line, so with the help of smart gates. So whenever you just move into this side, some rose color lines will be play off. Okay, that is the smart lines, smart guides. So if I move into that intersect point like this, so for that sphere, if I need to get the opacity, reduce that, so you can easily see that the shape what is going on in that here. So if you need that sphere and the square, the whole shape you just be needed to the make the new shape means I just select the both thing. Okay, then I press my unite key, so you can get united, these two shapes will be get united and it will becomes around as a new shape. Now change the opacity to the 100%. Then again I just bring this shape, one more shape from here, I just like commit to from this one, so put it on the in this side. Okay, like this. Okay, make like this ones, make it intersect also, that one is very fine. Then select the both thing. If I click unit, see this, some kind of a air compressor or like a rocket, whatever these things, you can make it any shapes and anything, just make scribble first things, then you separate the shapes whatever that mind will be get through it. Okay, some kind of a flow chart like that, this shape is will going to be circle, this will be going into triangle and any other polygons shape and everything. You just first draw out the things and you can make it with the help of Pathfinders. So I just shrink the shape to here, put it on along the side whatever is it is. Okay, right, I just make it to white. So now the second thing, I just bring back into the another circle or sphere, any other thing, any other things, whatever you just need it. Then I bring one more shape as a triangle. For that triangle, I just give into the intersect like this. So what is this next one? Minus the front. Okay, so minus the front means what the shape is going to be front side. Okay, for the camera means that one. So if it's the front side, that will be minus it. So we can see that the before the lesson I just draw it and I will show that, right? So select the shape now, this is the shape, it will be gone off, only the remaining green color will be is the remaining. So this is the minus front like this. So what will be happening here, just to get it zoom, you see this, some kind of a trash bit, we just leave it. Okay, right, so make it Control Z like this ones from here. Now I just select the both thing, then I click minus the front. So now what will be happen, only this shape will be get from here. Now I just press Control or Command 0 to bring back to these ones. Then I make one more shape to the from here, I just make 180-degree twist from here, make it like this, twist the shape like this one, put it like this, some kind of a ice cream, isn't it? Or you can make to any other things also, like a carrot, you can make some 3 horns from here, some like a that leaves and everything, you can make like a carrot also, like these ones, right? So I make shrink in these ones, I just put it down from here, that one is very useful from that. See this, I take another one more sphere from here, circle, that next circle I just recolor to any other thing from here, just I make only one thing, when you go inside these ones, intersect point will be comes out this one like this. Once I leave this, if I decrease this, select the both circle, get into 75% of the opacity, then you can see this,
that interconnected of the circle area, that is the intersect area. Only that area will be we just needed for designing kind of a leaf or any other things. Okay, right? If I need like this means press the intersect option, you can get that only one shape only, right? Then again you just go for the opacity 100%. You can make like this also, or otherwise I just press the alt key to make a one more duplicate on this one. I just get one more duplicate on any other thing. Okay, so the star is good. I just give like this, like this. Yes, now I press that thing only. So now press the intersect, so only that intersect item only. So this will be made up of a hat for some Humpty Dumpty character, whatever those things, right? So we can make like that once, like so. I just make it arrange, bring to the front, just give it to the hat like this for the character. See, is it very good, right? So I just make a one more duplicate on this one. I make a small ring from here, one more duplicate on these ones. Then I make two like this. I just bring the open the mouth from here. So I just go to select it, press the alt key, okay, to make duplicates from here. I know I am speed, but press the alt key, you can make any things from here. It is very good. So I make the red, pure red, like this. Once I get it, I just put it into this frame. Okay, so now press this one, or otherwise like this, put trans and bring to the front. Okay, right? Now you just put it from here. Cool shape now for the egg, a hat, two eyes, one mouth, tongue is there for a egg. Is it very cool? So like this, with the help of pathfinders, we can make any shape to these ones. So for this exclude, what is mean the exclude means opposite of the what intersect. So opposite of the intersect only, it is the exclude. So how to exclude the thing means, I just make this one more happening from here. So you just make a intersect area from like this. If I select this, that exclude means the center, wherever that intersect area, that will be get rid of. Other than the remaining, it will be keep. So that is the intersect. So only by playing around with the shapes you can understand these things, the pathfinders and these things. And for the divide is very cool. Okay, right? So I make divide to the same thing, okay, like this. Once I press this, select it, everything, and click the divide means just reselect this thing. It is grouped. That only because of this transformation tool will be shown up on your screen. Once you ungroup this thing by right clicking, ungroup this thing. Once you select this, you can retreat the part whatever you just need, 3 parts of these shapes, and it will be get divided. So if any object get into united and everything, you can get divided also using of the pathfinders. Is right. Then I delete these things. The next one, trim is also working in the same kind of way, but is the different some option. Okay, in that I am just using these two shapes. Okay, for these two shapes I just get trim. Okay, once I get to the trim, I just make into ungroup these ones. If I move that, the back option will be also available in the divide, but here it is not available. Only the whole area where we are going to be seeing that object only get trimmed. So at the back side of this object, it's get trimmed by the before of the object. So like this, I can get into the stroke like that, 3 points from here, right? If I get like this ones, these shapes will be get inside these ones, right? Now I just get deleted. Under the trim, you can select for the text also. So like the rogue, okay, or I just make Mac simply my name, what's my name, that's my name, 40 points. Cool. Okay, how to get this shape? Actually this is a text, so how to make into a shape? By get into this means sorry, I just get one ellipse shape, right? For that I just make it like bigger than. So once you select the text, right click on this one, create the outlines. So from that typography we can create the outlines. That means we are creating the paths. So once I created the path, I just moved into my, yes, this is the center. Okay, my guidelines will show very perfectly. Guidelines are very useful for these designs and everything. Use that. Okay, then I just select this thing, get trim or divide, whatever you just did. So for this thing I am using the divide, okay, or otherwise bring back to the Control Z. I just using for the trim. Now I just select and right click and ungroup this one. If I click this, the M, and shift A C, click everything, move that one. So you can see what is this things going off here. Once you select everything, right, press the Control G again to make that the group. You just click, select any other colors, you just bring back to here. See this, you can see the background. So whatever the image and whatever the things, you can just put it below to this ones, means it will be get seen, but it will be get very useful. Let's get something useful inside this. I get here one of the picture, any picture to anything. So I just moved it from here to this. Once Control 0, Command 0. For this the width and height totally by the millimeter is the right. So only by 70 millimeter by the height. So Control 0. Oh, don't know man, where is going off. The picture is very big. I think it is 5K. Okay, only at the this thing only I show it up. Make it into a 100 millimeter to this. Yes, the image is going to be like, look this. I just write this. I just brush, transform, arrange, bring to the front. So being image to the front, I just press the shift key to make it like this. You can make, see that, only you just make like this. Once one off to this, shift things, shift it, you just see cleanly about from here, right? This is the very cool shapes. You can make it as a what is that, watermarks also, like 25% of these scenes only you can see like the means. People will see that, oh, such a cool watermark, because the background also seen, your logo will also be seen. That will be very superb, right? So once I click that, I will put it that, I will delete this picture. Then I come to here, I just select opacity into 100%. Very cool. These type of things also we can make a kind of a path into, we just make it into the compound path of the text, and we can make into the path, then we can trim it in the with the help of any shapes into it, then you ungroup it and you can disable that one. It's very cool, right? So this is the merge one. So opposite of the trim, this is the merged one. So two images will be getting to be some other things like get merged. This is the opposite side of united, because when you get united, so the shapes totally get united. That means totally conformed in deformed into a one single image. But from here, if I get merge, see this, only the shape is to be going to be get merged. So when I get the 3 points of the stroke for this kind of images, whatever you just be needed, first of all we just need that drawings only, rough drawings, scribbles on your paper, what kind of designs, what kind of shapes we are just going to be needed. That one will help you. Okay, the minus the back is opposite to the side of minus the front. So I just bring back to one other, some any cool colors. Yes, that one is I like. So see this, if I bring back to this one other again, so if I select these both things, you just give into the 60% of opacity, see that which area is going to be interconnected, this area, right? It is the intersect area. So I select the two shapes minus the back, right? So the back area where it is in is, that will be get rid of, and the remaining part is only get left on the screen. So when I just press opacity to the 100%, you can make it as any type of designs. You can help it, and you can help with that logo designs, shapes, making path creators, making the illustration from the cartoon illustration from the character, such kind of things. You can use the whole scenery like that, using up the cartoonic shapes from here. This will be very useful for that. So Pathfinder is very much useful to use you. So use more designs from here, and you can submit as a, what are the designs you just get make with your creativity. So I like to see very eagerly what your creativity with the help of these lessons. So see you on the next lesson. Bye bye. So in this class we are going to be seeing about nothing. This class is for you. So once you finishing these sections and everything, you just need to make a design like a cartoonic or anything, making such weird, such like this shapes, such like this ones or this one, or making with the AB circles like that, or this is the children's zombie like this. Okay, make like these ones and make it submit to your project and everything. As a beginner, then this is the very cute one. Don't be tried out onto your perfectionist like that. So as a beginner, you just make any type of cool designs from here, or otherwise you just need to make some professionals, means you can do it like this. From the circles you just fill it, this is the stroke only, and this is with the fill color, and you have to make some weird cuts using the pathfinders, and you just make it color like this. And this is the type of rectangles. From here I just make twist like this. The background is the triangle, and I just align it, and you just make it here this shape. So such kind of shapes and everything. This is the geometric one. This is the very cute like a kid, and this is for the somewhat in the beginner. Okay, make such designs and you just post it to the projects and everything. I love to see your projects from here, so keep doing that. See you on the next section of the video. Hi there, hello everyone. In this video classes we just finished that three
three categories inside this one's introduction, basics, layers, work with objects and everything. Now we just jump into the appearance of the object. So in that appearance of the object, I just remind you all the four first chapters and everything will be very get bored you and everything, but from these lessons you just get very interested things and everything. So let's get started without talking too much of any blah blah things like that. So once you come into the window menu, you just get into the appearance. So what do you mean by the appearance? So if any kind of designs you just make it on your document and anything, what it is appeared like that. So content mainly, okay, that appearance, styles and everything will be followed by in the appearance panel. So I just give you an example from here. So some tab, whatever the things and everything. So I just need the stroke also. In that stroke, I just ping into from here. I just first show the options. These are all very much useful from here. For the next video, we just see that how the strokes fully functioned everything. In this lesson, I just hide the options and everything. Only the stroke only I just get it out as a beginner, like you learners from here. So once I just draw a circle, press the shift key to make it like this ones, only the circle only, not any other shape from here. I just show you the examples. So the stroke weight. So what do you mean by the stroke weight? So first of all, what is the stroke? The stroke means the outer line of the circle, okay, circle, square and whatever anything. So outer line, the outer line, that width, so how much points we just take to the stroke. So if I increase means, so you can use the up arrow, down arrow, or otherwise you just give the directly to the number also. If you directly give the number 5 means it will applied. So or otherwise you can decrease with the help of down arrow, and you can use the up arrow, whatever it is you just needed. So for the instance, I just give 10 points to this circle. Okay, now come to the appearance panel. You can see that path, it is a path, right? Acceptable. Why? Because of it is containing a path from here. So in that path, for that path, stroke point, how much it is that, the stroke color and the stroke points. Okay, this is the stroke and the stroke color, and this is the fill. What do you mean by the fill? Means inside that one. So if I move this to that area, you can see that this is the fill color. Okay, right? Because of the paper color also, that means the background color also white, you could not be seen that. If you want to be make like that means, see this, I just draw another whatever, so it is things. So for this fill, I just pick any gray color. Yeah, in the layer I just bring down the rectangle below the ellipse. So now you can see that design. So this is the fill color. So I just make fill color to any other colors also from here. I just no need to this one now. So any fill colors and everything will be comes down under this point only. So what are all the things? Any things. Okay, if you select the object or the path, you can add a new stroke also. Okay, you can add a new fill, that means the second one. Okay, you can add some other effects also. We can learn in the step by step in the next lessons. So first of all, I just add a new stroke from here. Okay, for the first stroke, I just give 3 points of black. Okay, for the second stroke, I just give another color. Okay, for that I just give 3 into 3, that means 9. Okay, so the 9, that color. But this is the path of a single object only, but we can give 2 types of strokes then we can easily change our visible or appearance, anything. So you can easily see that appearance of the structs from here, and you can make any type of effects also. These effects will be appeared in same as the from here effect, that Illustrator effects and the Photoshop effects will come to from here. Okay, for the effects we just give more examples in the following lessons. So now you just understand that how the appearance panel will be working, and how that the stroke we just give that, how the fill we just give that in these lessons. So for the following lessons we just give the details about the stroke and the fill in very clearly. So jump into the next lesson, learn the Adobe Illustrator from the 0 to the hero levels. Don't forget to do some designs. Okay, see that. Like I said in the previous video, in this lesson we are just going to be learn about the strokes in very detailed manner. Okay, let's get started. So if you don't get the stroke window from here, means just go into the window and you can get into the last one. Control F10 or Command F10 is the shortcut key. Okay, right, that is the stroke. So when you bring out the stroke panel from here, you just go into the right side, that burger menu, that is 3-plated menu. Okay, right, so I don't know the perfect name, so I just said that the burger menu only. So in that the options, just click out the show options. So once you get the show options, a detailed menu, okay, or options or properties, whatever we just said, so that will be shown up, or otherwise only the weight only shown up. So now for this lesson I just get into another circle. Okay, this circle is going to be prepared by the previous lesson, how to get detail. If you don't see that lessons, just watch out the lessons, because it is very important for the appearance panel, how to use that. So let's now get started with the strokes and its settings very in detail. So let's get started with that. So first of all I just make a ellipse. Okay, if I made or draw whatever these things, this right left side, okay, these things will be applied to that whatever you just draw. That means the background color and the fill. So in Photoshop we just said about the background color and the foreground color. So in the Illustrator we just said about that fill color and the stroke color. Those properties will be comes along with the inside of this one, because you can see this for that ellipse. If I just need to select, means you could not be seen, or whether if you just selected any color also, it will not be applied. Only when you are selected the thing and then you just applied, means then only it will be applied to it. So whatever it is, the stroke and everything. So if you need to fill, means just click the none button from here, and I select that black color stroke from this ones. So how much stroke point only will comes to from here. Okay, so we need more than the stroke properties. So just come to the stroke window. If you did not see the stroke window, I already said that go to the window and you can go for the stroke. Okay, only selected these things, I just select some kind of numbers, increasing whatever you just need. The stroke weight, if I give the stroke weight, let's press the Z key and press the mouse left side, you just get into zoom. Now you can see very much clearly on the board. See that inside of the path, okay, this path is going to be centralized. Okay, so now the stroke weight is going to be applied on the center of this thing. So that means alignment of the stroke in this case. So how to change that one? If I need inside of the stroke, that means inside of the path. So come to here, this is the align stroke from here. This is align stroke to inside. If I click that, the stroke will be applied inside of the path. If I click outside of these ones, the stroke will be applied to the outside of the path. So it will be very useful to make designs, and whatever the character designs, whatever it is, it will be that. So this is the concept. So this is the align stroke to the center. Okay, now I just apply to the stroke to the outside, right? One side, this one's select, yeah, nice thing from here. If I draw a path from here, okay, just a line, so what it will be doing that once you see that inside the path, the stroke and it will be applied to this ones. For the line, you could not be applied the align strokes from here, but we can change the corner. That means this is the line of the corner, okay, right? That corner will be going to be a bud shape. See this? This is the round join and the bevel join. If I see click to the round join means what will be happen? Nothing is there because there is no corner points from here, right? So cap only we can change it. The round cap and the projecting cap, butt cap. So this is the butt cap. Butt cap is going to be flat, will be from here. So if I click the round cap, you can make it like this, the rounded cap from here for that ending points, okay, right? If I click the projecting cap means as some part of length from the edge, it will be only comes out from there, that's it. So this is the butt cap, that exact path where it is that line, only that will come. If I click this projection cap, something will be get projected from that edge will be there. So only these things will be happened inside these things. And also you can make like a dashed line also. See this? I just bigger from that one. If I click the dashed line, okay, if I select the dashed line, that line is to be going to be what is that one? We can draw like a dashed points from here. So how many points you just needed, how many gaps you just needed, that will be applied to from these ones. So if I make a little bit only 3, that means it will not be shown like this ones. So if I make 4, nothing. Just press the up arrow key to make like this. Only at the 6 points it will be goes like that. On because of the weight also it will be changed. If I decrease the weight also, it is going to be changed, right? And this one gap, how many gaps I just needed? So 2 points, nothing. If I make a little bit things like this, you can be make some road traffic signals, whatever just it is, you can be make like this. See this? If I make the square, okay, like this, I just make to the stroke point nothing from here for this rectangle, and the fill point I just give to fill the gray color, and then I right click on it, make arrangement, send to the back, and just to select the path, this one, make the stroke to the white. Now with the dash points, I just increase the point like this. See this? You can make a road type of things, right? Like this, we can make more such things from here. Now I just deleted or put it, come over from here, press command 0 to select these things to the left side. Now I just make a square. Okay, for this square also you just need to making the cap. So if I click the round cap, that corners will not be changed. For that, now round join will be there. If I click that the joints, the 4 joints will be there, right? From here you can see this. I just show that very clearly. This is the exact thing. Now if I click round join, that corner will be get rounded, okay, and this one bevel join, the corner will be get bevel. That means it's going to be the like a trapezoid design. That line will be goes like that, that the corner will be get bent over, and then it will becomes it looks like a some kind of island in the kitchen design like that. Now I just selected this square, put it around into the dashed line. See this, very good, right? Yes, cool. 6 points of the dash and the 1 point gap from the each dashes, it's going to be looks like this thing. Now I select this thing, put it around to the round join. You see that a very attractive one like this. So no need to such designs, means if you go for a cut the path, or you can be make the intersecting, may make using the pathfinders. No need of such things. You just know about the knowledge of the stroke, you can make like these points and everything. If I select the circle also, okay, like this, one circle will be going like this once, and I make another circle will be there, right? That means no need of making of another circle and going for that. So you just need to make a new stroke only. For that stroke, I just make into the blue color point from here. In the black stroke, I just give to inside of this one, right? The blue color is going to be outside of the aligned path. So select the blue stroke from here. Now click the dashed line to that. Okay, inside this you just decrease the points from here. See the design, it's going to be killing out, right? So I like it very much to working with these kind of strokes and everything, the inside the paths and everything. So if I need the one more circle to these ones like this, if I need so such very good ones, so I need to select the point, put it on the center, press the Alt Shift key to make a very nice gridding circles from here, and I make a little bit different color to this. So no need of, don't go for the color combinations, I just give you the example only. So I just selected these things. Instead of the giving the path from here, okay, for the selected points, I just give a very much detailed circles from here, these ones only to the, yep, this is very good. See this, see the circle. Now once I get it little bit, press the Alt and the Shift key, you just make it to the fill with the inside this ones. So kind of designs and everything you can use in the stroke parts. Now you just make any kind of designs. I hope that, so make some designs and everything, please submit into the project and resources from here, and don't forget to give the review of this lessons also, what kind of such thing want to I improve in the lessons, is I am going to be interact with you or not. I didn't make any funny things inside these lessons because I'm going to teach you all the lessons only. So if I need to make funny things also, please comment it on these ones. I will pin it. Okay, so thank you for that. See you on the next lesson. So let's be finished the stroke and its properties and everything. I hope you just understand everything will be there. So don't forget to submit the projects and everything. Then now just we get move into like the swatches. Swatches is nothing but the colors. That means we are going to be fill the colors, and we can give such more, give the appearance to the objects or whatever we just be working on here. So let's get started with the swatches panel. Once you get the swatches panels, you just need to work with that. Right click on the burger menu, you can see the bunch of options from here. You can see the not only these colors, you can see for the open swatch library from here. It is actually, it is a inbuilt so no need to bother about that ones. So every Adobe Illustrator, only this kind of so no need to bother about that things. It is a pre-default installed, okay, Adobe Illustrator thing. So once you come to the open swatch library, you can see art history, so many things, kind of so many. And you can see the Pantone colors also. You can give for the Pantone colors to your books creatings and everything. So like a kind of printing printing media is going to be very much useful for that. And the gradient colors, kind of a metal nature things. Moreover, how to see these things means, once you come to the art history, you bring to the ancient colors. That means just bring to the center of your workflow. You can create like this ones. This is the next button from here, next load saturate. No need to go for again from here, and you can go for again, don't take to the like that. So once you want to these ones, click the next colors: baroque, impressionism, middle ages, pop art. Oh, I like the pop art. So vibrant colors from here. So on the prehistoric things, Renaissance, Russian Persian art, celebrations. Wow. ANPA colors. If you see that difference between these ones, see this, there is no an inverted triangle from here, and this is a particular color for a particular thing only. That means it is a unique. Okay, if you apply to any object from here, it will be going for the unique state only. If you come to here, you can see a little bit of a inverted triangle, that white will be hers, and this is called the global swatch. I will tell you in detail. So now you just remember that one, global swatches, that one. Okay, right? And you can see the bunch of all colors from here. Wow, see this. So what a no need to go for any other libraries or go for download to any other things. All the colors will be populated inside from here. You see this, how many colors will be there. I'm just so very happy to see these colors inside these ones. So now we let's get into see the swatches and how to create the new swatches, how to load it inside your things, and how to make global colors also. So once you jump into these ones, you can see the small thumbnail view, medium, large, and the larger listed view like these ones. So I maximum preferably like to work with the medium thumbnails, because larger one is very bigger one, but it is now useful because of the we are just making the tutorial videos for you. So it is very much cute like that. So how to apply these things means, so I just make a circle by clicking the L key on your keyboard. Now press just only one click on your workboard. 25 millimeter of the circle I just made. Yep, perfectly right. Now I click the M key, click on the board, same things, right? So I just deleted these ones. Once I click the constraint width and the upper trace like this, okay, say this 30, and here also 30, and I click it, it will comes around to the whatever you changes these things. Okay, 20 millimeter. Okay, this square will be very good for you just make like this. So for this circle I just click the green color, that will be applied on the stroke. Why? Because of stroke will be selected from here. Okay, right? So now how to change that one? Press the backslash key, that means this one, right? Front slash key in the question mark keyboard. Okay, two things will be there, question mark also will be there, slash also will be there. That one, if you press that one, the stroke is going to be none mode. Okay, now you press the X key, that means inverted the fill and the stroke, X key. Now I just click this color, means it will applied to the whatever we just selected the object. Okay, now
I selected the any other object from here. If I need apply to the same color of the object means press the I key to make the ink dropper or filler, whatever you just that, press that color inside this one. The whole properties will be applied to the same object. Okay, whatever that color, that the same thing will be comes to that once. So now I just see this, bring it to the very, not very small, a little bit small. Okay, so now we just don't need that circle, put it along from that one, no need to disturb you. So press the Alt key, move the mouse button to the next to the key, that one. Okay, now press the Control or Command D. If you are using the Windows, press the Control D or the Command D. Like I already said that object transform again. Okay, we just transform this object from here to move. Okay, that one will be applied to the next ones. So 5 cubes from here, this ones I just applied any colors. Okay, any color from here. That means I just make like that one, right? If I need a new swatch group inside your swatch one in the name of your swatch groups, that also very cute. So if I select all these things, I just bring to the a new color group. Okay, for that new color group you just name like this, whatever you just max color. Okay, palette. So only this thing convert process to the global. Okay, if I select this, what will be happen? If I don't select this, what will be happen? I will show you. Okay, that selected artwork or the selected swatches only. So selected artwork, I just click X8. So once I press OK to the button, automatically a folder will be created. You can see whatever you just named it inside that one. All the colors also it will be populated. Okay, right? If I need to add to that colors means everything, that means you just take the duplicate from this menu from here and I click selected to one more to that properties of the colors what we just give back to the that one. Now I just selected that total group, I just delete this one. Okay, now select the everything, that colors and everything. Now you just created a group from here. I just make the same name, Mac. Okay, color swatches. Okay, now the selected swatches are the selected artwork. So I just selected for the artwork from here. Now I just select these ones. So everything will be added to your color, these ones, and you must just select this, because once you close down the Illustrator and reopen the Illustrator, if you quit it and you can just reopen, it will not be found out until you saved it. So once I click selected on the folder, I just come to this one, this key. Okay, save the swatches. How I do need to save the swatches means already I have so many swatches inside to my things. I just make and sell it also on the gumroad.com like that. So for these ones I just give the max, okay, color swatches. Okay, then I click okay, that's right. Now I just close this swatch panel, or otherwise I just select and put it delete also means. If I come to from here, you can use it defined it. That means inside this you can see my color swatches. If I click it, see my color swatches will be comes out from here until any time also. Okay, only if you are uninstalled the Illustrator applications, it will be gone off. No, it will be gone off. It will be there inside the folders. Okay, you need to get a backup inside that ones.
So how to get the backup, and also you just know about that things, where it will be located and everything. Now I just into the large thumbnail views, just click it, selected these things. For this ones I just make, now we just make what kind of a thing that I said about the global. Okay, now we just make to the global swatches. What do you mean by the global swatches? Inside the word it is there, global. If I selected that thing, the global total art and everything will be, it's to be changed. Or if you want to be select some other colors from here. So let's get into the example from here. So I press the M key, I just click it from here, I just make in a super nice square with a super color. I love the color this ones. So I just take into the green, okay, like that, or otherwise this color is very cool. Then now I just bring into my color swatches to that one, like this it will be dropped, okay, inside this ones. If I created a new color group like that, okay, see this same thing, press the alt or option key, press the control or command D to make a group like this ones. I just select some kind of different colors. Wow, the fuchsia orange. Okay, now I selected the whole thing, same thing, click the new color group, under this group max global color, okay, global colors, convert process to the global. If I click it, you can see, I told you, right, the righted inverted triangle inside these ones. Okay, you can find out this color to be global. So what do you mean, what do you get from this one? What is the use of this global colors means? I just put it copy to the top side, and I make another copy from that one. See this, if I double click on the color, okay, that means that first one, if I select any other color, get the preview, if I set get preview any color, that properties will be applied to my artwork, right? It is very cool, right? Once you applied any other color after the works also, you can make, you can do it, and you can apply it to that once. It's very easy, just click the OK means it will be get to the colors of that ones. If I selected the red last one, I just give to the pure red. What a thing, super. Direct to the preview. Now the artwork will be get changed, right? If I select it, how many times also, see this, press the alt key like that, how many times also, not at all a problem. Just double click on the art color, get to the preview, I select this one, this color, this color, you can change at any time. Okay, this is the global colors swatches. So now you can make swatches, you can group into your swatches, you can save your swatches, one global color swatches, everything. Now we just got idea about the swatches and everything. Okay, thank you for that. See you on the next lesson. Hello everyone. In this class we are just going to be learn about the gradients. So what is mean by gradient means, if you just make a single color, that is different. If you just mixing of colors inside an object, making of two colors and more than how much colors you just needed, that is the gradient. For that gradient we are just going to be see such more examples and how to make your own gradient also. So let's get started. So once you come to the window, you just go to the gradient. That means Control F9 or Command F9 is the shortcut. Once you click on this, the window will be pop up for you, right? Inside that window, first we just make, or we just learn about some things. So go to the burger menu, hide the options. That means only these lines will be comes out. If you click here, show the options only, it will show all the options inside film. So before the CC and CS6 and comes to CC and then CC 2019, then CC 2020. In that CC sorry, in that CC 2020, yeah, very cool update will be there. That means Freeform gradient. So let's see that from the beginning, linear, radial, and such more things. So for that gradient, I just pick a circle from here. Okay, right? Once I click the circle and everything, it will be automatically activated. Okay, inside this ones. If you want make gradient to the stroke or the fill is upon your choices only. So how to make that means, if you click or select that object or design, whatever you just need, comes to this bar, swap fill the stroke. For that shortcut key is Shift X. If I press Shift X, it will be applied to my stroke now. If you want to see clearly, I just make with the 5. Now you see this very dark black that will be started from here. It will be goes around to the white. So black started to this one and will be go to white, or otherwise white started here and it will be applied into the dark black. So how to change these things also, just click the gradient slider, okay, or you can go for edit the gradient. If I go for this only single, this button, double click on this, you can see color palette and the swatches and the color picker also. You can make color picker also, right, for picking the colors to anywhere, and the color swatches also. I just click the color swatches from here. I just click some kind of a color, very cool. For this black, I just choose, wow, like this. Cool, very cool, right? Isn't this? If I want to switch back again to the fill color, means press the Shift X to that one. Okay, now just click, make the stroke value. If you just need it, you can go for it, or otherwise click the stroke. I just mention into none. That's it. And this is just make apply to the gradient to any other things. How to set default to the gradient, how to default to colors, anything, just press the D key. Okay, press the D key to activate the default color in it. If you press the X key, you can switch over to the stroke and the fill. If you press the Shift X, it will be, the color will be get shifted, right? If you want to select, means press the X key. If you want to switch over the colors, press the Shift X. Okay, understand that one. So now I just draw a rectangle. Okay, from here I just throw it out to that side. Now this rectangle from here, I press the default key inside this one. So now I just come to the gradient color inside this one. If I, what is the mean of location? That location is there, this slider. Okay, if you need that slider, move to the left side, means only from this part, that means up to 17.11%. okay, make it round to that, up to 20%, only this color will be followed up. After that, these rows will be continued. Okay, if I need one more color to that gradient slider, means just click it from here. Okay, at anywhere, okay, you just click, more and more colors will be appeared. If I need that yellow, okay, onto this one I need some kind of a again blue. Okay, right, that's very cool. This is the slider, you just be moved out, it will be applied to this one. So this is the location of the that colors, and this will be comes to the angle of that color. If I need 45% means those colors will be followed into the 45 degree of that one. If I need 180 degree, you could not be seeing, but it will be get reverted. That means 90 degree. See this, you could change the angle also from here. If I click edit the gradient means it will show a bar inside your object from here. So you can change, instead of here you can change onto the object. So say that like this, I just make an this one 0 degree means I will make, put it out the location how much I needed. Okay, that the thing cool. If I finish that design means press the move tool or any other things, you just make these designs like that. So move to that one. Now press the L key to create another circle. I just need to apply not linear thing, a radial thing. If I need radial means just click from here, it will be comes around to the radial things. So bring back to the color to this side, bring back this one like this. So such kind of colors if you need like this means it will be goes out. So how to delete a color within that range means simply you just click that color, this one, this button, put it out. That means pick it out from that. Okay, pick it out. That's it. If I need one more beautiful color from here to here, okay, now to the center I just need that yellow. Good, that glow, I just feel it inside that, like a ball, like a fireball. You can make it any color combinations inside your things. This is the radial thing. Other than the same things, angle and the ellipse size, opacity, how much opacity I just needed. If I want to make that yellow color only to the 75% means you just make it like that, only to the 75% of the yellow only mixing in that area. Okay, by selecting the image and you click here and you can apply. If not, it's not be applied on these ones. So now I just move it to aside, that one also. Then come to the M key to make a bigger square from here. For that square I just give to the default key and comes to the freeform gradient. For that freeform gradient, what will be happens means all the 4 circles will be comes to the corners. Once you come back to these ones, I just double click on these ones, I just go to click inside the colors and everything, right? And I just click here, I just click, come to again, select any other colors, you just come to here, you just click and one more color from here, you just click here, one more color from here, like this. If you need any colors to get more means press the key inside this, like this, make another color, that's it. Other than the same things, if you need the points, if you need the lines, that will be different. If I select this guy, okay, put it inside from here, edit the gradient. If I need the lines, it will take like this only. For those lines the color will be applied. See, in that line I just choose the colors like this, the freeform gradient and everything. Okay, actually gradient is very much interested things. If you are especially play around with the gradients like these boxes and the shapes with the simple shapes, then only you can make your turn of work into a from the beginner level to the intermediate level, then you can the master level. Means you can apply to any kind of logo designs, the 3D logo designs, and available on the internet. Very much fun will be there. So kindly learn about the gradients and everything will be, it's very much useful. And once again, if you just make this gradient like this, means once I make into the stroke into the 0, stroke none, leave out the strokes and everything will be there. You just come to this box, under this, yeah, just drop down box will be there. If you go for this, there is a thing here will be there, add to swatches. Once I click that, you can go for the swatch. Inside the swatch, you just see that color from here. Okay, new gradient like this. So I just make into the large thumbnail, you will be seen very clearly. Inside this swatch will be applied. So once I switch, click here, applied, click here, applied, for this applied. So everything, every designs will be, you can make like this ones. So you can save the color or the gradients into the swatches also. So this will be very helpful to you. I know you understand the gradients very much greater than anyone. So kindly created some gradient and apply to any shapes and any other things. Kindly submit your things. I'm waiting to see your feedbacks and everything. So thank you for that. See you on the next lesson. Hi there, hello everyone. Now just we enter into the 5th category of the course, that means drawings. Okay, so when you just enter into the drawing these things and everything, so just when you enter into the drawing category, it is actually very fun and very much interested also. So let's get started without speaking any other things. Once you come to select it, what kind of document you just needed, and if I have some examples from here like this, if I come to the properties sections, you can see the document and what are the units we just used in the document. That means centimeters, I just preferred from here. I am using about the only one artboard only, and the ruler and the grades, you can see 3 type of things for that, rulers and the grids. Okay, for the guides, you can draw the guides, you can lock the guides, and you can hide the smart guides. Okay, and the snap options, these are the 3 things. All these things will be explained in this video. Okay, don't worry. So the preference, from the preference we just use like these ones also. These also I will explain from here. Those bunch of properties will be explained in this one exact video, so please kindly follow these things. Before that, I just show you the example. Okay, once I click the show the grid, means the grid will be shown on your document. Okay, see this, I just occupied for these designs the 4 squares, the large 4 squares. Inside this 1 square, I just occupied this design. Why? Because of it is mathematically what, geometrically equal. Okay, for this design also, it is a roughly design. I just make down a single path of this only, and then these numbers are created as different layers, one on the another layers. You can see that it will be all in the 8 sub layers. Okay, then I now arrange it into a thing. If you are designing like this kind of a pie chart, or you are just numbering for any other things, you can make the chart everything like this, you can go for it. And this is the thing. Okay, I just created only 1 stroke of these things,
and a ring only. After that we can make everything it's possible inside the grid. Once I click the transparency grid, you can see everything going to be transparency. Only the designs and the color, that means fill and the stroke, that only shown to you. Okay, I just hide this transparency, I just hide this grid also, I just hide the rules also. Now just come back to the new fresh document from here. So how to make such a things inside these ones? So click the rulers from here, okay, or otherwise you can press Ctrl or Command R, that is the shortcut key, okay, or otherwise you can go for the view. Here you can see about that rulers, show the rulers, change to Artboard rulers, show the video rulers. You can use it when you are using the video things, you can use for the video rulers. And you can for the change Artboard rulers means I just show the first thing, then I come to from here rulers, change the Artboard rulers. Okay, from that Artboard ruler, this is the corner icon will be there, right? You can set, click it, you can change any type of units from here, millimeters, centimeters, pixels, whatever these things. I just select the pixels means units from here, this also will be changed. If I change here also, it will be reflected. So both the things are same. You can use it as from here also, you can use it as from there also. That is the thing. Then I come to click the show the grid. Okay, this is the default grid what I am using in my document. If you want to change the grid and the subdivisions also, see this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 subdivisions of squares inside the one big square. If you need 10 squares means you can go for Control K or Command K. Okay, that means open the preference, then you go for the guide and the grid. In that you can see subdivisions. Okay, and the guide grid line, for the grid line every lines, for the 50 pixels of the grid line at the 5 subdivisions only, the color is guides colors will be red and the grid color will be black. You can choose for your own color, any custom colors also, right? For the lines or for the dots also you can using. Mostly I prefer for the lines. For the every grid line of 50 pixels and the subdivisions of 5, we can created a grid. So see this 1 2 3 4 5, each 5 subdivisions are making into a one type of the grid square, and the whole grid square will be going into along through the document. Okay, why we are making like this means it is actually used for draw the perfect squares, circles and whatever these things based upon the geometrical things. That is very much useful for that. I'm just drawing a ellipse from here. If you are preferably know before that means smart guides means you can draw inside like this. It's actually very useful. Then I click the drawing of the square, perfectly click it. That smart guides will be guide you. Okay, if you don't know about the smart guides, if you forgot before means, that means you just go for the view, smart guides turn on. If your smart guides will be turn on means those lines, those rose color lines will be followed through where you are designing and which and when there's that guides will be useful very to you for these things. Okay, then now I just come to the view, snap to the grid, pixel, point. 3 things will be available. The same thing available from here inside the properties. Snap to the point and snap to the grid, snap to the pixels. If I turned off everything, I can move from here also. Okay, right, it is the intersection point of these ones. I can use it. So suppose if I didn't make the drawing very unusual, that means unsymmetrical of the geometry means, suppose any kind of size means, if I need to lock from here, I could not be, okay, perfectly I cannot do these things. I can do it, but it will be take time. For that only we are using these things. What is that one? Snap to the point and snap to the grid, snap to the pixels. If I click the snap to the point, if I move, automatically it will be snapped going to be to the point, to that point of the center of the circle. It will be comes out from here. So if I snap to the grid means, see this, if I take the square, I just move to this means for the every square it will be automatically snapped. If I move there, snapped. If I move there, snapped. That means automatically it will be get attracted by some type of magnetism. Okay, right? That one is very useful for that. If I selected any object, that object properties will be only going off from here. If you select on the workboard or your document board or your artboard, right, only these properties will be shown up from here. And this one, snap to the pixels, same thing. If I click from here, if I press the control key, you can see a white arrow will be come down from here. Then you can move like this. I just snap to this one, the left arrangement of the pixel. You can use it out, right? That one is very cool. That one is very clear. Then the second thing, you can use the preview bounds, scale the corners, scale the strokes and everything means, if I select it, before that you can select this. If I select, if I make the bigger means, nothing will be shown up or nothing will this works, because this corner will not be same from here. If I do the corner work from here, you can see the corners also will scaled. Okay, that one is very useful. Then the second thing, scale the strokes under the effects means, see this stroke is going to be one point. Okay, when I just shrink, nothing will be changed. When I get expand, nothing will be changed. But when I select it, scale the strokes and the effects from here, if I select the object, if I do shrink, that will be going into 0.57 point from the 1. Okay, if I do expand these things, it comes to 1 from to the 1.26. It is going to be higher, whatever the size is going to be scaled off. You can control inside the preference also these things, scale the corners, scale the stroke effects from here, or otherwise you can do it in the properties. When you are using the CC 2020 versions, it will be very fine to work without going the preference panel and jump to the properties once. You can do it inside your interface of these things. It is very much useful for that. So now in this video you are learn about the rulers, grids and the guides and how to make this ones and the snap options. For the guides, you can pull over from these ones, right option from here. If you don't need that lines from that one, you just click it from this, select the line and delete it. Okay, like this. If this one's, put the line from here. So all the lines and the grids will be locked. So if I release the lock, you can select it and you can delete it. Once you release the lock only, if you lock the guides means you cannot move the guides. Okay, now, and this is the line, you can smite the smart guides. You can click from here, smart guides, that means Control U or Command U on your keyboard. So kindly learn the shortcut keys and memorize it and use it on your artboards for the designs. Once you used and you can be, that means I just bet you are the master inside this application. Got my point? Thank you for that. See you on the next lesson. Hi everyone, welcome to back again. So in this class we are just going to be learn about some tools for the drawings and everything. So if you are seeing the before the drawings and this laurel designs will be get into from only take off these two shapes only. Okay, so it will be very helpful to make by this only the rotation and the reflect tools only. So let's see about these tools, and this is the whole set of the drawing tools we just using for designs, maximum of any designs, logo designs, whatever that it will be very useful to that. So how to join the two paths, how to break out the two paths, and how to change or transform the shape to any other things. So let's get started to that one. I hope you are connecting with me to take these lessons. It's actually very beautiful. Okay, let's see that. So I just come to the new document of this one. I just bring back to the top of these ones. What are the panels I just get here from where means it is the line segment tool, that one. Then you come back to the rectangle shapes and everything, then that the pencil tools and everything. These things are the scissors and the knife and the eraser tool, and this is the shear tool, and this is the scale tool and the reshape tool, and this one is rotate and the reflect. So let's start to that. So how to create your grid. Before this lesson you just learn about that one, that is the shortcut key is command apostrophe. Okay, that is the thing. So then now I just hide the grid and the guides and everything. So now I just take a rectangle shape out of 50 millimeter, very perfect, this one. Then now if I need to change the shape into the some shear mode, that means the rectangle is going to be look like the kind of an italic letter, right? How to change that means no need of pull this thing and this corner like that. So this is the before shape. So now I just take into a little bit on. So for kindly understand of this thing, I just make into the stroke width point to a big one. So how to apply to this path also? If I select this thing and I just press the I key, the ink filler, the sampler will be applied into this. So wherever you just need, you just click it. That properties will be copied to that object also. This is a kind of tips and tricks like that. So when I select this rectangle and I click the shear tool, the shear tool is to be going upon into this one. Okay, the shear tool below the scale tool. Okay, right? In that shear tool, when I just see this. Okay, you can see that the blue line guide will be show off. Okay, if I release that, if you need the perspective view kind of designs means you can go for it, this one. And the scale tool, the normal one, why I need the scale tool? If I press the V key, move tool means automatically the transform will be comes out. But inside the scale tool, if I comes to here, right, I can scale uniformly without help of the shift or alt key like that. I can shape like this, right? It's very much useful for that. Then again I said these ones to take that, press the alt key to make a one more duplicate on this one, get into like this one, then I click again the shear tool. If I click this side, yes, of course 90°, okay, then I move to this to make intersect of this point. You can see this, a kind of a book opening design like that. First, initially, how to get rid of these things we just learn about in the stroke path. So okay, straight like it, get the stroke, get to the corners to the round join, that's it, right? Now we just get rid of these things. And also press the Control or Command Y to see in the outline mode. Okay, you just select these things and you can make the shear tool again. If I press a little bit only, okay, then I come to my shape path of the tool, then I click a little bit. If it is so, this, see this, now the book going to be opened like that. So kind of these designs we achieved inside this scale, shear, and the reshaping means for the reshape we just seen that the pen tool, okay, right? Now I just delete these things. Now come to the again the same square, how to cut or how to use the scissors knife tool like that means, if I get the scissors tool, the shortcut is C, okay. If I press the C, automatically the scissors tool will be cut. So how to cut with the scissors, we just get into the point and we just cut it, okay, right? Here the points are these, the anchor points. So when I click on the anchor point, click here that also. Now press the V move tool, V key. I press this line and I can separate. See this? I can easily separate these lines. Once you select this, press the scissors tool, press this one, press the V key to move against this. Same thing, right? Once I done this like this, it will be very useful also. Now press the L key, we just know before that, and this is the ellipse. Press the scissor tool, I just click here, I just click here, okay. Now press the V key, only this path only I just take it down. So no need to intersect of the pathfinders using inside this, making any other shapes like that. So if you need to cut anything at the anchor point, you can easily done. So these kind of designs will be very useful to making the shapes and everything. We see that. So kindly patience and you can do it. So these designs, if you want to need to learn, please be patient with me and you can learn everything inside our classes. So now the second bar, it will becomes around the pencil tool and the smooth tool, path eraser, join the tool. So all the before things, a shape tool will be there. Inside the shape tool, if I click it, if I draw with the mouse or with the use of the pen tablet, anything, if I draw the circle, automatically that circle shape will be comes down. So if I draw the square like this and I make a triangle, okay, if I need to make a rhombus thing like this shape of paranoid like this, if I go for some, what is this, polygon, okay, maximum of polygons will max is a irregular polygon, means it will be goes out into square. So once I do this, see this, if I press oval like this one. So why we need this means inside of drawing the character, making the paper as a drawing sheet, and it will be the some butter paper like this will be the right, some transparent sheet. On the transparent sheet you can be drawing like this, the shapes, eye shapes, and the mouse, and the mouth will be opened, all these things it will becomes like this, right? It is very cool. So once I decide this thing, making to the transform, arrange, send to the back. So once I send to the back, this, what is this, some kind of a ghost, okay, little ghost will make into smile into these things. Again, if I come to the shape like this, once I make these links like this, unusual teeths, okay, like this, if I draw any shape, it will be comes out like this. So this tool will help you for the whole illustrators when you are just drawing to these things. So once again, I just select everything, I just get rid of these things, all the things, delete this. Now comes to the pencil tool. With the help of pencil tool, you can draw any things inside these ones where the point will be ended. When you started inside, automatically it will be joined, right, like this. If I select the V key and I can fill with any color inside this, you can do it. So for that instance, if I draw some mountains from here like this, okay, so I just make join this one. For this I join from here, for this I join from here, right? If I press the V key, I select this, go for the color, I select some kind of a like dark one. For this one, something is a light, I hope the most dark one, okay, right? So then I now rearrange these things to whatever I just need. Okay, once I do everything inside this, now I press the Control minus, that means go for these things. Then I press the M key to make the whole bit of a square from here, right? So for this square shape, I press the D for the default key. So hold off everything, select everything, right click, make the clipping mask. So what will be done, so from apart from this area, it will be automatically clipped by this mask. So whatever you just draw from behind this tools and everything, it will be get clipped the mask from here. So we see the designs get started from here, this also. So now press the Control 0 or Command 0 to make it fit on your work area. Then now inside the pencil tool, see this, I just draw it out from here. If I press the A key, you can see the anchor points from here, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. There are 12 points inside this line. If you need more anchor points inside these lines to control over to take down like this, so what do we control means press the A key inside these ones, we can just move it from here, we can move from here, we can move this point, we can move this, we can move this like this, be adjusted the points. These lessons will be continued from these lessons. So once I need like this, if I press the V key, go for the object path. So this is the path, we just go into the path and we can make add anchor points. Okay, if I add anchor points, press the A key, you can see more anchor points will be seen from here. Once you done like this, press the Z key. Okay, if I come very much zoom from here, that means 1273%. Okay, then I make the smooth tool. This area is going to be like very corner and the stiffed point like this is not a getting up the smooth things. So once I how to make this means I just paint over from here. Okay, paint over from here like one or two things, it will automatically get into smooth. See, like this we are getting smooth things. And the next thing, path eraser, if I need the path to be erased from here means if I selected these things, if I selected these things, this anchor point, okay, for this anchor point, for this anchor point, I selected and I erased like a tip of the eraser of the pencil like this, so only the pencil will be get inverted like this, right? These things will be very useful to reveal things. So press Control Command 0 to press the V key. You can apart all the paths from here, so differentiate these things. So now you can understand these tools, okay? And moreover, for any tools, you just double click on this, that panel options will be comes out to pop out in surfing. So if you need accurate, you can do accurate these things. If I need accurate means if I draw the pencil, what I just draw, it will be same. Okay, if I now double click on this ones, I just go for the smooth side. If whatever I just draw like this corners also, it will get automatically smooth by taking this tool, the smooth tool. See, all the edges will be getting into smooth, right? Very helpful for the drawings, right? Actually Illustrator is a very much kind of a bunch of knowledge and everything. So you just get to learn the tools and everything, you just get into the practice and it will become so over to get the master in these things. Now if we all the tools and everything will be guessed down, so now we are just to learn some type of tools and everything. So just get learn to into the tools, just open your Illustrator, open your document, do some things, do some weird things, okay, drawings and everything. Don't be get afraid, I get that don't be compared to the perfectionist, okay? This is my kindly advice on things. So in the next lesson we are just going to be how to separate the paths, how to join the paths and everything. So see you on the next lesson. Let's get connected. Hi there everyone. In this class we are just going to be learn about the pen tool and the curvature tool, and the next one reshaping, the arc and spiral, corner widgets like that. So before that starting, before we get start into the video, I just to show you some examples what I am creating inside these things. So just completed the classes. So from that completed classes I just making like a full circle, and then I deleted or cut, okay, using the scissors and the C shortcut key. What is the means? Yes, that is the scissor and the knife. So I just cut down from that anchor point to this anchor point, and I make a double lines using with the strokes and some other things. So when I get stroke, I think 1.5, yes. So for this one I just make that one side only, okay, and then I reflected, so we just be make like this once. So using of these things we can using the pen tool, that only we just learned in this class. This is also, and this also, like this also, everything's. And then one only the simple shapes and the circles. So using the shapes, okay, these all the shapes and everything, I just taking down the semicircle, triangle, and one is the trapezoid, and this one is the one of the is ellipse, and one is that hexagon, okay, right? And using that I can make like this shape. Wow, isn't it? That a lens cap or lens show in that, right, for the photography. that symbol like this. How to make like this means just analyze that image, okay, how it will be. Just draw into your paper, make scribbles, right? Once you down into that, I just press the control Y for you. That means the outlines how we are with, because you maybe get excited in this point. So I control Y. See this, only the circle and the hexagon. Under the hexagon I just place a line, okay, for this one line. For this also I press that line and then I rotate in that path. For that line I just give to the white. That means, what is that, stroke. So white stroke, or you can place for the white fill also, but it will not be that, but white stroke is very good. For that stroke I just applied 1 point some other things, 1.5 or 1.2 like this, because 2 is much bigger than the two parts of the one, so I just decreased from that ones. So you can play around with the decimals and everything. Then I come to here, I just going for that, press the control Y for the, you can see that same outline view. See this, one is the circle and this is the same circle, here also circle. This is the intersection of the circle. So you can see in the Pathfinder video, right, how we are made like this. So I just place it one in the 90-degree and this is the inverted one of the 90-degree, and I play around with that triangle, right? For that triangle, what I am doing that, for the sharp edge will be that corner, okay. For that I just made the round corners to the triangle and I place the same circle to that. So activated for this one. So this is the opposite of the circle from here. So then I make colors for this, without the color, only the stroke from here. For this I just play around with the gray. Why? Because of I just want to be see first of all how it will looks like that ones. So for this one, how we can made with the mixing of the colors and everything. So you can also play around with such kind of things and make it, and you can submit your in your project. I can give you each and every one review for that. If you are asking questions also, don't hesitate to ask even silly questions also, because you are just beginner, I know that. So even for the silly questions also you can be ask me. That one is very great, I love it to answer to everyone. So then I click it, download. So close that once. So you can be make everything like this shape and that one also. So how to create that means I just created a new layer for that, because I just make hide these things. Once I hide these things, you can get ready for the fresh things, okay. So no need to bothering about that side designs from here. Then the shortcut key is the P, okay. When you click the P key, the naturally pen tool will be get started from that one. So where these squares will comes out, the first question, isn't it? Okay, so once I lock down, I just take these ones, I just go to the group from here, inside the group from here, from the path, this is the path areas like it. For that, see this, I just go to the new document. Postcard size is very good for the tutorials. See this rectangular grid tool. Once I double click on the rectangle grid tool, you can see the options inside for the rectangle grid set. So for that, my opinion is, for this designs, for this tutorials, for example 50 millimeter of the size, default width and the height, and the number of the dividers for the horizontal, okay. Horizontal means what will be there, that flat left to right, okay. And the vertical dividers, so from the top to the bottom. So this is the dividers of the top to bottom, this is the dividers from the left to right. So okay, You all know about the horizontal and the vertical things, and the width and the height. This is the only thing inside the rectangular grid things. Then I click OK. Once I click OK, I just click it down, draw, press the shift key, you just make the proportional things, right? Then I release it. Once I released it, if I need, okay, the round numbers of this width and height, everything, so I just make into 80. That is very good, right? So under this also I press 80. Then I lock my width and ratio. So once you just click it down from here, you just go for the layer 1 and you can select the object. You can go for the click the opacity, whatever you just need. I just go for 25%, 1/4 of the full things. Then you can see the a light gray color from these ones. So for that, again I just select the same thing, come to the artboard alignment, okay, click center horizontals and to the vertical align center also. So now the grid panel will becomes under your document into the center of the path. Then I lock the layer. That's it. Now created a new layer by clicking the here, or you can go for the layers menu like that. So once I create the layer, here I start the design. Here, what is this? Grid. So under the designs layer, once I hit the P key, the pen tool will be activated. Once this one's okay, when I right click on it, you can see the pen tool, add the anchor point, delete the anchor point, and the anchor point tool. So what these things means, I just pick the tool from here. Okay, first of all I just show you the example, then I go into the drawing. So what is the pen tool, how to use it? So if you are need to pen tool to get the master things like this, means just go for these type of designs, because usually when I am a beginner, I am just using these designs by lecturing by my master in my college days and everything. So it's very useful, that thing. So once I click the pen tool, you can go for click the anchor point of this area on the design, not in the grid, because grid is going to be locked, okay, right? So then I click the second one, okay, the second line of these ones, and the path intersecting that thing. So if you go near to that, it will show that, because of smart gates we turned on. So this is the path and this is the intersection of the path from here. Once I click again, the second click, don't release it, just swing the arms. What is that? Swing the arms of the anchor point to the backs up from this one, right? Then you come to from here down again. So intersect point, click again, swing the path again to the same like this. Then you again make it like this, okay, right? If I press the alt key or the option key on your Mac, you can cut it down to that anchor point from wherever you just don't need that, and you are making the last edge decisions, means like that means. And then come again to the intersect of this point, make it to the same kind of like this. The path again, the path will be going like this. Okay, I just preferring for the making the duck head like that, or any leaves like this. You can use it as your own, because I just using for the duck and the goose, whatever, just head and everything. So for this I just completed a design now using the pen tool, right? So once I press the key V key, it will comes into the properties. You can see that under the design a path will be created. So for that path, or you can be just to select the path, you can fill any color inside this, or you can go for the stroke for normally any other things like that. So now it is very good and great. if you want to make a this okay, this line, this path, I want to make a bend uh, inside this, like this, okay, going like this. So how to do that means there is a no anchor point from here, right? So no need to worry like that. So you can go for this, add the anchor point. If you click the plus key on your keyboard, this button will be automatically activated. Then I click how many points I just need on the segment of the path, I can get it. But if you just click on the correct segment of the path, if you just click on the outside, it will shows then some error will be there. Please use the add anchor point tool on the segment of the path. Okay, right, I am going to the segment of the path and I just add it. That's it. How to see that path? Okay, like that means same thing. Press the A key, that is the direct selection tool. Once I click selected this direction selection tool, press the Control or Command Y to see very clearly on the outline. Then I use the handles. Okay, then I use my handle. I will do it. Once I do done thing, press the V key, and again you press the Control Y to release the outline mode to the preview mode. You can see this. Now it looks like something like a hat, whatever it just is. You can do it. Then I make one more the angle of the point from here, like this. I just make an uncool another line from here. Press the escape key, press the V key to just finish this line, right? Upper down lips will be going to be good one, but upper lips someone hit that. Upper lips is going to be swelling like this when I say this. So this is the pen tool, and you can be making to the plus or the minus. Minus is going to be, you can just delete any other if you need. Press the B key. If I don't need the path like this, you can just delete it. Okay, you can delete like this. Okay, right? This conversion point is nothing but one. If you are pressing the Alt key, okay, right, we are what we doing that once. That is the key. This is the conversion point. Once you click this, you can make converted your path by using that, like this is the one. Very good. Like a seed, yeah, wheat or paddy, whatever these things. Okay, once you give the exact color combinations, means it will be looks like the same thing, coffee bean, whatever this thing, right? So you can be learn such some other things, some ideas will be there. You can use it into these things, make you some designs like inside these things. Okay, you can fill it with it. So for that drawing, I just need to tell you one more things from here. If I press the P key again from here, if I choose the path, I can go for the intersection, then only intersect from here, then intersect to this one. So what is going on here? Okay, the fill color going to be is then, so click the black backslash, this one, okay, right, the question mark button key, then only automatically the fill color is going to be none, so you can continue your drawing. So I just give you this one like this, then I click here, I just finish the path. Okay, press the escape key, then V key to select these ones. So once I come down to these ones, I just make the path about to 5 points weight of this one. Then I choose the same thing we just already learned inside these things, rounded zigs from here. Okay, so now it will be looks like a good one. You can separate this path also. You can make it like this by pressing the V or the C key under these ones. You can separate your path from the designs like this. Okay, now this path will be separated and this path will be separated. Once you done with this once, press the Control C or the Control F. That means you just press the Control C for copy, and then the Control F for you can paste in the front. If you want to paste in the back, Control B or Command B. Okay, right. So now I just make swing inside to this like this. Okay, then I press Shift key 1 2 3 like this. So how it will be looks like inside these paths. Make it the center intersect. That was good. Cool. So we know that how to join these things. So when I just move into this once, press the Control or Command Y, you can see the outline mode. Inside the outline mode, you just go for any deeper percentage of zoom. Here I am going for 1200% something. So once I click the B move key, then I press the Control or Command key, you can give the anchor point, click it, and you can move to the path where we need to join it. Then press the A key, select the both points. Okay, press the Control or Command J to connect those lines, where it will be object path join. Okay, the same thing. Then again press the Control or Command Y, Control 0 to bring back into the activate these things. You can see, very nice. I love it. Okay, if I need one more the path for the same things, use your pen tool and complete these designs. I will give you the design in the exercise window from here. See you on the next lesson. Bye bye. Hi there. In this video we are just going to learn about the curvature tool and the reshape tool. So before that, you are just practicing in the pen tool with the help of 4 types of that one, right? I just tell you, pen tool, add anchor point, delete the anchor point, and the anchor point tool. So in this one, the next things is to do the curvature tool. When you click the curvature tool, what do you mean by the curvature? Means that exact 90 degree of the arc like that. So when I just click on the grid from here, so next grid, when I click this, okay, see this, it's actually very good. See that one, that green, maybe you just seen about that green thing, right? That arc, it will be automatically guides you where it will be goes off. So when I just need this path, okay, this exactly like in the path means I can click over from here. So press the backslash or the front slash, sorry, backslash is this one, right? Front slash key to make the fill none. And once I make coming into the path like this one's sector, and again I go to the this one, then I again come into this thing, right thing, right? Then I come into the, if you intersecting this means you can go for it, otherwise I usually just like this, press the V key for this. Okay, done. But what is that, how to adjust this, the release bend, like the last lower bend like that means just come into the reshape tool under the section of scale, then next to shear, then in the reshape tool. There is no shortcut from here. So for that reshape tool, when I click any anchor point from here, right, you can adjust it to the reshaping of these things, right? I just click here, see this, make a push, or I will make one more anchor point from here, right? So this is the anchor point, I just added to this once. Then I come again into the reshape tool, so select that point, I can adjust right? So you can adjust like this to any type of things around the person, around the things, everything counts completed into the thing. Select this, made the stroke, put it into the dash, whatever you just need. You can go for the strokes, you can go for the bevels or the rounded corners, whatever these things, making into so many cute things like that. So use like a warm designs like that, some other insects, you can go it for some butterfly bodies. So many things will be coming out of the mind. So you just make designs. That means not only perfect designs, don't go for the perfectionist. You just to scribble on your things because you are a beginner and everything, just to learn about everything. If you done anything wrong inside your applications, nothing will be going wrong. So your computer will not be blast, making fire accidents, nothing will be there. Only maybe what happening into the last things, the application will be crashed. Okay, just reopen it and work it. That's it. This is my coolest idea for anyone, for the beginners, because I just introduced to any beginners of these ones inside behind the any companies, or for if I was working as a trainer also, I will teach them like that only. So do anything, don't go for a perfect designs, just to go for the oval shape like a face, put it like this. Yeah, two ellipse from here for the eyes, one ellipse will be comes to the mouth, but reshape it. Okay, this one like this, like Donald Duck, pop like that. So you can do, then only you can, mm, that some ideas will be arise from you from that designs. Okay, this tool will be work like this, I am expert in this tool, I am expert in that tool, I am expert in this one, this area, like that. Then only you can grab your power and you can go for it. So this is my kindly advice on this ones. So once you completed these all things, okay, like this tools maximum, we just watched over from here, and one or tools will be comes out to the next lesson, because of we just, the next lesson we just started into the effects panel. It's very greater use inside the Illustrator. No one will gives so many ideas inside the about the effects from here. So let's get started in the next one. Don't waste our time, because your time is value, I know that also. Hi there, hello everyone. In this video, we are just going to be seeing about the two tools. One is rotate and the next one is reflect. So first, it is a very simple tool. Someone will tell that only for the rotate, only for the reflect like this. So we just get into be something detailed. Okay, so let's get started without further do anything. So first of all, I just draw a ellipse. Okay, in that ellipse, how many points, that means anchor points, you just see that one, two, three, four anchor points, you just seen that. But the reference point is that blue line is there, right? That is the reference points. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. That reference points will be where it is on your control bar. If you press the R key, only that rotate tool, it will be activated. Okay, if you are seeing these squares, that is the reference points on your control bar. So now I can choose from this reference point. Instead of begin with the middle, I just put it in the down. Okay, down the key from here. If you rotate that things, it will be rotate on that position only, or otherwise you just rotate like this onto the center only. Even though if you are click on the center, it won't be shown that. Then what is the problem? So just move to the transform, that means free transform tool, that is E key. You can move your reference point, that means this is the one. Okay, I just move into the this down, so I can move through the reference points. I can move it. Cool, isn't it? Right? If I press that alt key or option key, if I make like this, I can make duplicates also. So if it is not happen in this, so just learn with the rotate tool in depth in it. So how to do that means I just delete this ones, I just make another one instantly. Okay, then now the press the R key or rotate tool, you just press the rotate where it is. So just press the alt key, you just click only one at a time. Immediately a pop-up window will be shown up into the rotate menus. Okay, rotate options, that parameters, anything. So how many angles, how much angle you want to be rotate instead of this thing means I just need to 360 degree is a whole circle. Okay, right? I just need 12 ellipses. Okay, so I just get into 360 by 12. Then you just bring to the preview button means it will be shown up where it is going on. Okay, if you need a copy, you just need copy, or if you need the original to rotate means just click OK. I just need a copy from here. Okay, if I need to rotate again and again, what is the key? Object, transform again. Control D or Command D is the shortcut key. So once I press the Control or Command D again and again, you just fill with a flower like this. So now you can create a flower with using of a simple only one ellipse and a rotate tool. Cool, isn't it? So happy on this video. You just make it very simple from here. Press the Control or Command G to make it a group. Now these things. So come to the layers. You can see all these one things are getting into the group. Only one single group. All the ellipses. Right? So now you select this ellipses. Get into the stroke color. You just give to the blue or any other colors also if you just need it. So I just go to bring back this in. So I just bring this design inside this one. It is actually very easy to make this. I just place two ellipses, one single line. I just add a single anchor point and I just pull down to these ones. So if I need to come to this one, press select everything, make it as a group first one. Okay, I just give to a duplicate from here. Okay, right? Now press the R key onto the center of the point. Okay, if you want to select means is select, press the press the R key, press the alt key on the center one, right? Same 30 degree or some other ones. If I need only 8 means, okay, press this ones, press the copy. Now I just press again Control D Command D once. See this? Cool. Yeah, different kind of a design, isn't it? So actually you can make any type of designs with a single thing. So if I select again from here, I just press a copy from this one. For before this, we just place the reference point in the center. Now I just place the center point below or above. Okay, the whole complete design will be changed off. See this? Right? I just press a copy, Control or Command D. Right? See this? The whole design will be changed. If the angle is to be going to be changed or the reference point, that point, if you change any reference point from any other means, it will be totally changed your designs. So it is very cool. It is very cool to make any designs from here, any things. So I just make Control G. I just place a little bit. So I just make to from here. So now the same thing, reflect tool. So for the reflect tool, you can see two places these reflect tools. One thing is a shortcut key of O, or otherwise just right click on the any selected object. You can see it the transform, rotate, and the reflect. Okay, these places also same things only. So if I see the reflect, it will ask you, okay, the reflect menu, whether we just reflect it to the horizontal path or with the vertical path, and at how much angle. You can preview it. See this, now I just reflect to the horizontal one. If I need to preview also, if I need the original to reflect means simply click OK, or if you need a copy means you just click the copy. So it will be going to be reflected, same things. So I just move it aside from here. Now I take another copy from this one. If I click O, I just want to be reflect to this the reference point. Okay, inside these ones are not coming to the this reference means if I click, press the alt key and then click means you just click the copy. So now this design will be very different from this one, that one. Okay, come, you just differentiate between the two designs. So upon the reference point you can rotate or reflect. You can do these things. Press the Ctrl D for the transform. Again these things, you just made a copy and you can make some more cool designs. So continue with these designs and you just post on the project windows means I will be feel very happy to see that, and I give you some comments also, nice comments. Yeah, do it. I love to see your designs on my project windows. Thank you. See you on the next lesson. In this video we are just going to be learn about or see about that transform. So transform, twist, zigzag, and tweak, these four things are in my work case I am using so much of things. So let's get started with the transform. So before get started with the transform, I just make a path of rings. Now get intersected, right? So then I make to the selection. Okay, select this, select the option like that. Is it right? So now going to the fill, none, select this, get to the Pathfinder, intersect. So through the intersect I will make like these designs. For this one, if I select, right, if I select effect, transform, so bunch of effects will be available inside this ones. Inside this, the properties, scale properties there, move properties there, rotate properties there. So scale, move, rotate. Scale means you can make it bigger or smaller. Move means you can move this the object to the x-axis and the y-axis. Rotate, you can rotate throughout this, right? And the options, you can make the transform the objects, you can make the transform the patterns even when you are applied inside this, or random. You can be reflect x or y, the whole 9 sector points, that is the reference points. Okay, through the reference point from here, from the down from here. Okay, right, just I make it like this. I make 3 copies of these things through the rotation of 24 degree, right? See this preview, very cool. It's right? So if I need reflect the y or reflect the x, it will happens like this also. So when I make more copies, see this, you can make such designs. No need of making Command D to the controller, everything. So this is the transform effect applied to these things, right? Once I get cancelled to this, if I do the same thing, effect, go to this once, transform. Now I just got into the reference point of from this side, right angle, right? So right side. So in that right side, I'm making a 4 copies to that, to the angle of 12 degrees. See this? And you can be make scale also, right? If you need scale, you can do it like this for the vertical position, and for this position 110 to this, same thing 110 to this. If I want to get the move 3 millimeter and to the 3 millimeter, so how it will be there? So you can make any copies to this ones like this. Make 10 copies to this means only okay. So if I get fill any color to this inside like this, if I get any stroke, you can do that. If I didn't make any stroke inside this, what will be like this? Look like, see, you can make any designs inside this using the transform anything. So I show you that path how to make these things, right? Then I make one more from here. Now I just go into the effect, tweak. So what is the meaning of the tweak? So get the preview, horizontal side how much you just need, vertical side how much you just need. You make some absolute designs also, or search for the relative, make some kind of weird designs in that. You can make modify the anchor points. If you don't need the anchor points, you can go for the in points or the out points only. So if I didn't make the inner points from here, I can make a cute art in shape from here like this. Yes, like it. Maybe I love this. So once I done that, I just make an expand appearance inside this. Press the R key, rotate to this one. So to the preview, 360 degrees the whole thing, right? So make it to the 12, make the copy. Then I get 1 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. Finish it. See this? A funky kind of a design, but it will be very good. I like it. So these kind of designs and these kind of flowers make it like this. You can make it for your own poster designs, pamphlets, whatever, just things you can make it out. So the next to that, what is that? Twist is there. So in that twist, for that I just make a like this, right? Then I click happening to this one more thing, and into the color I just make a different contrast color to this. So come to here, right? I just pulling the back to this ones. One, make it to this, make more onto that. Then I hit these things, Control G, taking to one more duplicate on this one. So I just not to get over to this ones. So get the trim, okay, or you can plus these ones minus the front, right? That's now very cool. So for that, these things, now I get effect, distort and the transform, get the twist. So how many angles if I need to get to twist like this? You can see like a 10 degree. See this? Okay, like this. Or otherwise I just get into make these things very possible working. So I just get into the center, group it as a single object, take it to the twist, get the preview, increase the angle by pressing this up arrow or the down arrow from here. See this? So what the making means, I need to unite this, shape the path. So now if I get the shape to the path like this, twist will be working. So get this 25°. See the preview? Good one. Like a flag twisting. Okay, this twisted into the 25°. It's actually very super designed ones. I love it. You can make it to any designs of like the tracks also. You can make it as a tracks, you can make it as a path of the whole document, or the outline, the designs. You can go for make it to the symbols or swatches, whatever just things. It's very cool. For that effects, the next one, Zig-Zag. Zig-Zag also is like a good of anything. So even for that, like any designs for that, Zig-Zag is very much interesting one. So if you get the Zig-Zag like this preview, see this, this is the Zig-Zag. Okay, some kind of stretch out and in, out in, out in, like that only. So how many rides, that means that points, how many rides. Okay, ridges. So whatever you just rides, ridges, 6 rides means 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? Like this. If you got the smooth means there is no peak from here. If you got the corner, you get some peaks inside these things. Like it, we can make it overs. Like zigzags, you can go to any designs. You can go for the designs and you can do it. It is kind of a weirdy things, but if it will be look like, if you are practicing more and more anything means, it will becomes around from here. I will make a cool new lessons only for the effects only. I just concentrate to working on that ones. So see you on there. Bye bye. Okay, in this video we are just seen about or learn about the effects panels will be there. So now we are yet seen about distort and the transform. So what do you mean by the distort and the transform? Distort means you are making a shape into another shape. Transform also looks like the same feel only, but distorting means crushing or squeeze or tweaking, twisting, like more like the stuffs like that. So we just make like seams everything. So I just draw any square like this, make it fill with some other colors also, right? Very good one. So once I do that, going to the effect, transform, distort, free distort. In that free distort, you can select like this. That means whatever the perspective view you just need inside the like this. If I make some 3D space, okay, like buildings or the plats, if I need to go for the architectural like that, good one, like I do that. So this is the one. If I need it, you can go for that. Even for the any type of shapes, you can using this free transform. Just whatever the points, the corner points you are making into transform, that will be the result, right? Now I just bring back into the Control Z. Okay, for this color is very good. Now going to the effect, same thing, pucker and the bloat. So what do you mean by the pucker and the bloat? If you actually these things will be there like antonyms. Okay, pucker and the bloat. So if I get to the preview, see at the back side, this is pucker, that means you are pulling. Okay, right? So if you are bloat means pushing. If you push to these things, like these shapes will be comes off, right? Flowers, no need to draw flowers like this. Take a square and you just bloat it. Maybe you are doing the magical things inside here. So if I go to the plucker, see this, some kind of stars. If you are making using these things means you can do for that ones pluckers. So making a star to the pluck means what will be happen. Let's watch it. Effect, distort, pucker and the bloat. So get the preview. So pluck it. Yes, some kind of amoeba like that's at my mind right things, that only happens some kind of amoeba like that. So if I do bloat, yeah, that 8 petals flowers will be there, right? So maybe some peoples will be have grown on the tables with the pot. The 8 petals white color flower will be there. I don't know that name. Like this, very cool. So I just go into the white. The outline stroke is going to be blue. Good one. The same blue I just make into fill. So for that stroke point, if I make like this, 1.5 is good. So such kind of things you can make like this ones. Press the L key to make a nice inside the stuff. These ones make into, put it into the center. Okay, take the brush tool, like this. For this, sorry, stroke color is going to be green one. Okay, then I put it, select this, arrange, send to the back. That's it. So you can make like this even for the flowers, even for anything. So whatever the drawings you just need it under the 4. So this is the point of this one's round point, brushing, make like this, uniform the point. Nope, not lucky. Yes, that one is nice. So only the from the drawings and only from the creative minds of your things, that will be comes off, right? I selected to delete everything. Then I move into again the thing roughen. Roughen is very easier things. So if I draw any cube like that, so make it some other dark color, go to effect, distort ram, roughen. So roughen maximum if your computer speed is very high, or if you're using the processor at the latest models with the capability of graphics cards means you can use it very fast in this, or otherwise please be patient to use this roughen, because it will crash your application. So once I preview this, and the relative and the absolute solution, that the corner, not the solution, what I'm said, that solution, right? No, it is smooth. So sorry for that. So the size, how much size, absolute, how much details I just need inside this, like a kind of a ripped paper. Okay, that means a ripped paper means we just get the cutout stills from here, right? So like that, 40 and the 4mm of these things to the corner only means get the smooth, means it will be get rounded in the smooth, that the corner means strong roughen points will be there, right? I get into the smooth, then I click OK like this. So for this I just no kind of stroke, and I just coming into the light sheet of paper, so you can feel it like a paper inside these things, right? If I inverse this means it will be happened. So like this, if I do the same kind of color into this thing, arrange, send to the back, once I click selected, take into the white means, say this, you can look like a paper effect from here, right? The paper is going to gone torn like that, and you can
fill anything like this. Good night, darling. I don't know who's that darling, but good night, darling. Okay, you can put it inside any type of wow, nice thing. You can rearrange the types and everything inside these things. So this is the roughen, right? Only there for this thing. The next one, transform, we just see in the next video, right? Tweak, twist, zigzag is also in the next videos. So kindly keep learning from the steps from here. Make your own steps, kill it with the designs. I'm saying like that only. So because these things only up to when some people will be turned to this ones, right? I will give you push these things, effects and everything. All the effect results will be on your hands only, on your practice of these things. Okay, see you on the next lesson. In this video we are just going to be seeing about the effect of stylize all the things. Okay, let's see out. So first of all, I just hide the grid by pressing the control or command first of it to make these ones. Then I make a nice circle. I just apply any color to it, any color. Okay, then now coming to this one, this side, effect, stylize, drop the shadow. So if I get the drop shadow, that menu, all the properties of the blending mode will be, it's the same as you are using in the Photoshop. So coming to the multiply or with the screen or just with a normal opacity, you just click the preview, you can see the shadow, the behind the object. So how much the shadow you can offset, that means in the x-axis you can get offset this shadow like this, or otherwise you can move it to that side, and the y-axis you can move the shadow where the light will be get affected. So if the light will be the to the left corner of this side, means in the light will be focused from this side. Okay, so like this. When the color also you can change which color of the shadow you just be belong to these ones. So you can make any soft one, ash gray like that, and you can the darkness, how much darkness you just need in the shadow, only of the color or with the darkness. If I just move the left arrow key, that means it will goes here. From the down arrow key and the up arrow key, you can change the percentage, or you can give some numbers to it, and you just click OK to this. You just move the object, means along with the properties it will be moved because it will be in the appearance. You want to change again, means double click on the effects panel, you just open the panel and you can create color, get in the preview, you just click OK. That's it. So this is the drop shadow. If you don't need the drop shadow, you can just pull over to this, to the bin, just deleted that item. That's it. Now the second one, what is that thing, is a feather. If I need to get the feather, means take the some square or rectangle, whatever that thing, going to the effect, stylize, feather, means how much you just get into feather, that means radius of inside this, right? If I make like this ones, it will be like this. Okay, the last one 0.08 mm only, I can make it feather like this. Okay, make a very little, then I click OK, then I put it on the top of this thing, right click on it, strange, send to the back. So what will be done means the shadow also will be there, some kind of blurry
activity also from here, these things, right? This is the feather option. Okay, move it aside from these ones. Then the next one, inner glow, outer glow, round the corners. It is very much easier, these things. So what is the inner glow, outer glow, these things? I just delete these ones and I press M key to activate this thing. Again the color, some other vibrant colors. Okay, yellow is very good. For this one I just go into the Stylize inner glow. So the inner glow I get normal, put it orange, opposite of this color, right? You can see the inner glow inside this yellow of this, some kind of mixing of orange from here. The opacity, if you need 100%, you just go for it, right? Then the center means it will becomes like this, or with the edge it will becomes like this, some kind of blur, kind of these things. You can make buttons, some neon buttons, you just be like this. See this, I just make a square around it, make like this. Now you put it like this once, make this at the shape of shift. Okay, kind of a buttons you can make like this. Then press click this, stop. Why need we to stop? We need to start like these ones. Make some bigger, put it on that exactly from here. Select the both thing, get into center, get into align to this exactly. You just make like this, right? I just go for the white, not white like this. So get into start. Yes, it's good. Kind of buttons you just make with some type of inner glow, or with the outer glow also you can make it. Some go to the effect, stylish, outer glow. So which kind of outer glow will be there? So nice, the random turquoise blue, opacity 100%. You can see this outer glow also will be there. So it will be working on UI or designs like that, means you can make buttons for that, especially for that. It is very cool, and it is that. And one more thing, I just make like this. Then I come to from here, make a scribble from here. Then I come to select the effect, same stylish, scribble. Inside the scribble options there are so much things will be available. For the settings, default to the so many, but I will only keep more. Okay, if I click OK means preview these things at the angle of which angle you just need it, right? For the inside or with the outside, okay, I just make it to the centralized like this. If I need the stroke width, it will be very much interested to these things. Actually you need to work with very patience, very much little only, like this 0.75, okay, like this. And the curviness 10%, like this. Curve is 30%, 40%, whatever you just need. Once you done this, you got this scribble like this. So if you need that scribble on your paper like these things, make it a bigger one, and you just make to arrange to the send to the back of these things, and make the opacity of nearly 25%. Okay, you just see this, some kind of a texture on your document of anything. You can make it as a pattern, whatever just things you can do it. So these kind of options will be available in the effects in the Stylize, right? It is very good. Kindly make the practice of these effects and everything. Post any type of effects inside the project menus, kindly post this. I am eager to wait for you see what you are making inside these things out of these lessons. Let's get start in the next video. Hi there. In this video, we just going to be learn about effects. So what are the effects inside the Illustrator mains? Just click the effects menu. You can see the two listed things. That means how to they listed means there is a bar. It is the inside, right? Separation bar. So these are the listed things. So inside these listed things, you can see Illustrator effects. The first one. The second one, you can additional effects of Photoshop also. Even if you are using in the whatever the things the effects you used in the Photoshop, you can use it inside the Illustrator also. So we got to start to learn the Illustrator effects. So in this one, I just going into the from downwards to upwards. Why? Because of that only you can understand easily those things. So how do I do it the warp? So inside the warp, actually what is the warp means, if you have any object from here, so if you warp means you can squeeze, you can stretch, you can twist. So the shape transformation is the warp, right? So let's see about that one. So I just make one text from here, right? Like this. So Mac Desmond, maybe I like this name because of my name. So do it. So whenever you just make designs inside the text and everything, don't be pullover like this, right? So only to the corners only you can be do like this. 72. Wow, it's very much. So 55. Cool. Yes. So you can be easily seen what's going on inside the screens. So when I just come into from here, you can see this one, make envelope options, make with the mesh like this. Okay, this is the warp options. So once I click this, you can automatically that buttons will becomes out, that warp options, everything. You can see the whole bunch of things inside these ones is the same exactly what we are seeing in the warp menu, right? So once I click here, for that arc, if I do the arc or arc lower or the arc upper, whatever these things and everything, the properties will be comes out from here. If I do the properties into the bend like this, I can go for the horizontal. If I do the horizontal things means from the horizontal, from the minus 34 to here 100. Okay, if I do positive means that left side will be going into shrink. Okay, like kind of a shrink. Then you can go for bulge like a fisheye mode. So I just do that in only to the these things like this. If you can be designed like that one, so it will be make like this. So these kind of designs will be very much useful when you are when you are decided only. So when you are decided to design like this, like a kind of a flag, you just need means you can go for it. So this is the rise, right? So and this is one fisheye. It will be completed by you only when you are making the designs on the document and everything. You just learn, be understand. So I just am here to how to make these ones, right? So you can be very understand these things. Now I just make 35 points of the degrees from here. I just make one more thing. Then I come to here. See this one cute rectangle from here. Yes, of course, I like it. So for this, I just put it from here. Press the Alt or Option key to make the duplicate of this thing. Then I make a Control D, right? complete all over through the line. Yes, I love it. Then I make one more duplicate to this to make it the intersect of these things. Particularly it look like a track or band, whatever this, you just maybe. So I just make a complete selection, press the Ctrl G to make it group. Then I now come into effect, warp, arc. See this? Ultimate, right? So only for the text, not only for the text, you can make it for any designs on this, right? If I go the complete bend of these things means like this, you can make it as a whole circle or anything will be they do that. So if I do 50% of these things, correct, then I click OK, just move it. It is not now a complete design like this. So if I make this perfectly colored, whatever the color you just need, anything you can do it. Once I need to expand this for the image means, we can go for the appearance. You can see the warp. So you can do this just by clicking the double click on the effects. You can do change at any time, like the smart object select. Yes, like a smart object in the Photoshop. Once you have done how to in the Photoshop we just do the rasterize, right? In the Illustrator we just do for the expand appearance. In that the appearance, okay, so we just expand the appearance. So this appearance going to be expanded. So this is the one. Now it's get. Hi there, hello everyone. So in this video we are just going to be seeing about in the effects panel path, offset path. So mostly we are just using the offset path, outline object and the outline stroke when we are using already in that stroke paths. So let's see about the offset path. So how to use that means, once I begin to draw like kind of these things only. So when I just click the pen tool, first point, second one, I just take down to the 50 millimeter nearly, okay, right? Then I pull to the 45 degree of this angle, right? Bring it to like this here. Then I press the V key to move or activate these things. I just pull it over to that side, not a problem. Okay, make fill to these things, only the lines, stroke of lines. So for this line, how do I make the stuffs and everything means, right? Once I click the effect, go to the path, offset path. In that offset path, you are just seeing about how much offset. Offset means you are making extended the path. Okay, 4 millimeter or 2 millimeters, 3 millimeters, whatever you just need. That's on. That's your, what we say, that's your sides. So here I am making about 3 millimeter of offset. In that join meters, I said meter limit is 4. So just get into preview. So the edge is going to be very flat. If you need bevels or rounds means, you can go for rounded or for the bevel. So in the meter and the bevel also the same things, but for the round, the edge going to be get rounded like this. It's very good, right? So if I need some more, okay, interesting points like this means, just get the duplicate of the path of this one. Okay, so I just kill the fill. Okay, for this also get the none fill, right? So now I just get one more thing, or otherwise do things. So Control D, right? Same size integrants like that. So select everything, get into effect, path, offset the path. You just give the preview like into the round levels like this. Then I click only two. Get now, preview this, click OK. Found it. Like this stuffs only we can make from here, any kind of shapes and everything, not at all things, any shape, right? If I make this kind of hexagon, okay, for this hexagons I just give the color to stroke color to the red, very good. So for the inbuilt, sorry, fill color, some other things of the blue, like that. Yeah, cool, right? For these ones, very dark, yes, nice. Now if I make offset the path to from here means how it will be looks like. So get into effect, path, offset the path, we just get the preview. See this, the preview is to be going like this one. So if I get -2 like this, it will be goes down, that means shrink or get inside like that. So if I get the 2, preview this, put it okay. For this offset path I just click these things, only the inside that came path and everything should be. Now if I go to the effect, path, outline the object, finished it. So these kind of things and everything will be worked down in the cut level of the path, guys. So people something but know about that. So some kind of stickers, okay, the cut path like this we are just going to make using with that offset path and everything. So kindly look up that the next lesson. See you on the next lessons. Hi there, hello everyone. In this class we just moved into the next section of these things. What is means brushes. So brushes is the very important thing in the Illustrator, because every artist and every creative artist, like drawings, anything, right? You can use the brush, you can draw anything. So that is the real point. So using the brushes you can do this thing only, you can do that thing only, not like that. You can do anything of things inside the brushes. You can draw even shapes also, even rough shapes, some kind of rectangle for that, this arm, okay, right, something like a big like a Popeye like that. So forearms will be very hit like that. So you can make some Flintstones cartoon characters, and you can do Tom and Jerry, whatever these things. So it is in the print and proofing sections. So I just come to the Mac Desmond. Once I hit reset the Mac Desmond window. Yes, last night I just worked for some other client in the Australia. It is very well going on, do guys. So I'm really very happy about that. So now how to get the brushes and how to get working on that ones. So what are the settings inside this? I just explain you all these things inside this one video, okay, right? So just click the window, get the brushes, that's it. Only this window will help you all over the brush settings and everything. It will be very useful. And the control bar, whatever the brush I just click, it means that the B key shortcut one, right? So click the B key, or you can select the brush from here. Blob brush is a different brush, I just tell you, okay, right? So I just right click on it, I just click this once. If you press the B key, brush will be there. If you press the shift B means blob brush will activated. So once I double click on the brush tool, that is the paint brush tool, right? So on the fidelity, what do you mean by the fidelity means, so if you draw that, so whatever that turns and ups and downs, like a crest and trough, whatever we saying that, so it will be comes to accurate. That means that the pointing turns means, that means coming into the accurate means, that is the ones. So if you want to make it smooth means, you can go for the right side, that means something get into smooth like that. So every artist will love into 75%, right? So 1/3 like that means get into the smooth only. So some people's of
doing. So making the environment scene like a natural scenery, like that means that will be go for the accurate things, right? And you just three options will be comes around from here. You can fill your new brush strokes and keep selected and edit the paths only. So the first two things we can um, change inside the control bars. So I don't need these things, so I just click the reset first button. Then I edit paths 12 pixels. From that, within the 12 pixels of things, you can select the paths. Before that you didn't know, but now you can know about the path and you can path selections, because you know that, right? The shortcut key is A, find the tool, right? So you can make it, right? Then I click OK. Now I just click the brush, I just go to the color, pick the color also from here, right? One, two, three windows. Nice. Two tools, one color window and the brush window, and the fill color and the stroke color. So what do you mean by that? Means if I select some other colors like that, so just the B means it will not happening on that one. Why? Because of only the stroke points will be painted on the brush, paintbrush strokes. So I just click the X key to activate the stroke from here. Now I selected any color, do that. So if I draw, that color will be pops out, right? Exactly. So now select the V, I select, delete these things. You can see this 3-point round brush and the 10-point round brushes, 3-point the oval brushes, and the touch calligraphic brush. So what do you mean by the calligraphic brush? Means some people will do with that typography work like that, so it will be very useful also. So see this like this kind of things. So sometimes I will do that. So I love typography on the papers, not in the digital things. So when I do this like this, right? So you can be make like this ones. So if I need to select the radium green, okay, awesome, but orange is very awesome, like this ones. If I press command shift H, you can make anywhere. That means you can do all the things into the white. So command shift H. So where it is means you can just go into the window, this one, hide the artboard. So if I hide the artboard, I can do drawing anywhere. Okay, anywhere you can just press and slide like this. You can do this one even if you are drawing these times also. But if you press the control shift H, the total artboard will be coming into like a paper. So totally hide the artboard and you can do that. So in this I just take the brush like this. So the round oval brushes for this, see this, I just did like that. Wow, that's one very cool, right? So I'm interested in the calligraphy also. If you need the calligraphy classes very specially, means please mention in that, so I will do it. Then now I just press Ctrl A, delete these things. So how to arrange these brushes, how to make a new brush, that one is in the next class. I just show you that what are these things. So you can show the calligraphy brushes, art brushes, bristle brushes, pattern brushes. Some 4 kind of brushes will be there. That's okay. If you go for the open the library, you can see that arrow special. Just click this on once. Now I just go to this side. Pull over. Sorry, I'm very sorry. Pull over these things, right? You just see that how many arrows inside these things, special arrows like that. If I select this arrow and I just the B key, brush key, and I go for the any dark color, any colors you like that, okay, no problem. If I draw like this, see that line is going to be refilled by these brushes, right? Understand this ones. If I draw these ones, right, no problem, select this. You can click anything, any arrows inside this, that arrow will be changed into this. It looks like old Onida television, that ad. It reminds me that the thing. Onida, maybe some people will know that. Onida TV. So I select this, then this one, anything, right? This thing. Then I move to the next one. Arrow standards, pattern, the things, arrows, whatever patterns will be also very good. You can do drawings like this also, like this pattern, like this. This is the calligraphy brushes, right? So the pen tip will be there. So what kind of the pen tip is going to be there? So it will be get oval, you will be get like this. So suppose this this is the one thing, okay, that right oval will be there. But if you need the right side tilt, means there is no right side tilt inside this brushes. So what will we do? Just double click on this brush. Okay, if you double click on this brush, it will be comes over to your brushes panel. So once you're done, double click on this. Now it will be goes into the name of the brush and the angle of the brush and the roundness, how much roundness, that means the brush tip, okay, right? And the size of the brush, the how many to we just to be they get into draw like that. So angle of the brush, I just tilt into the right side. Okay, that means the 45 degree is very good, isn't it? I love it. Yes, 45 degree. So not beyond through the 90 degree, and this one is the ones. So the exact 45 degrees means the exact line between the 90 degree. So I just get in the preview. If you need that, you can see it right from here, right? For this brush, I just put it to OK and then apply to the strokes. Now if I select this thing, get the brush. Now select the brush to this one. See this? Wow, ultimately superb thing, right? I'm doing like this, calligraphy. I'm using on the pen tablet. Okay, that's nice. Okay, few people love it. Calligraphy, isn't it good, right? I love to work on the calligraphy things and everything inside the paper, also inside the digital some things sometimes. So I think I have a good handwriting on the papers, maybe it's that. So this is the type of the brushes and everything. So in the next part we are just to be going about how to create the brush of your own, and you can apply onto these ones, how to create some weird brushes also like that, right? See you on the next lesson. Hi there. In this class, we are just going to be learn about this thing, a new type of things. That means you just create your own brush. That's it. So how to create the one brush and you can apply to this means it is very useful and it is very interesting also. If you are just making a new brushes and everything, means you can go for the internet, several sites, so many sites will be available. You can sell it as you kind of a pro, means you can sell it. So how to get pro without getting any mistakes on it? Some of the mistakes you just get rid from that, and you can make practice. You are just a pro. That's it. So once I click my ellipse tool like this, right, only one ellipse tool only, I just do it. How you can make like this? You can turn the this one like a leaf, but I just loved it for to make a super circle from here. For that, okay, so that not like that. So press the X key, no fill, right? So I just duplicate this the same circle onto from here, put it on the intersection. So now what we are learned from the past videos, okay, it will be useful now. See this. Now I just get into the Pathfinder, I click the intersect. How to I don't know. How do I know? So inside the Pathfinder, we just learn about these things, intersect things. So just apply this. So this is the kind of learning. Okay, you need to apply on your designs from here. So now I just press the A key. So what is the A key? Direct selection tool. Inside the direct selection tool, first I just select my this anchor point. Okay, right? So I just pull it, right? Press the shift key. If I pull like this means okay, you can do it, but if I press the shift key from here, it's good. Now I select these 2 points. Okay, if I click the arrow key on your keyboards, it will get move. You see that? Yes. Now it's very superb. So for this angle, okay, I'm making a little bit broader, okay, for this angle. So if I get satisfied to these ones, I like cool. So for this anchor point, if I need convert the anchor point to the smooth, and this one is corner. So if I need smooth, I can do like this. If I need corner, I will be make like this. So I need smooth, then I twist the, okay, I just click this. So if I move the control the handle, right? So press the alt key, only this handle will be get moving. So press the alt key from here, only to this one is moving. Now you press the V key, see this, the second one, right? Maybe you should know that. So I just press the pen tool from here, like this, right? Press the escape key. Now press the V key. So I just draw these kind of lines only, not like a very patch from here. So only the leaf, not from the stem, not from the thing, only the leaf only I just do it. So now press the B key onto the point, into the first one. Press the zoom key, Z. Okay, now press this one. For this area, if I make very little, okay, like this, so what will be going that when I draw, the lines will be go outside of the path also, right? So how to get rid of this means, it is actually very simple. What the peoples will teach you on the some several site means, some other I saw that. So if I do that, press the A key, then do come here. You can go for adjusting like this, you can go for adjusting like this, then you can adjust this handle. It's a time waste in my concern. Okay, so first I select the whole thing. Okay, come to here, right? I selecting, press the Control G. Okay, group it. Now you select this one, select which one, this thing, this at, right? Draw inside. Okay, only the draw inside means automatically some marching ant, that corner points will be comes out. So once I hit the B key, again the brush key, so I just reduce my brush. When I started from here, if I draw like this, see this, if I draw from here, if I draw this one, automatically it will be cut down from that corner area. So it won't go further because I just selected the draw inside, right? So once I click everything, come to the draw normal, press Ctrl 0, totally select these things, make the point into 2. Okay, it's very simple. Press the Ctrl G to make it as a group. Now I just bring it to the this corner point. Okay, I just shrink something, some other things, right? Can't mind. Now come to here, select this value, come to here, you can click the new brush, this burger menu. Okay, new brush. Inside the new brush you can see 5 type of brushes will be available. Calligraphic brush, I told you. Okay, it's completely for the art purpose. Scatter brushes, we just see that. So for the art brushes, these kind of brushes, when we just make some art, so on to that one. So how to make this means, click the art brush. Okay, so now name your art brush whatever you just need. Okay, right? Then scale the proportionally, stretch to the fit to the stroke, stretch between the guides. So maximum we just use these 2 things only. Okay, sketch proportionally, scale proportionally means, so you can use the proportional height and width, that one. So stretch to the fit stroke length means, so what kind of the stroke length we are giving, for that only that purpose will be get stretched. Okay, so I get stretched like this. So if we can go for the pressure, the wheel, tilting. So if you tilt means, if you are supporting board that going for the tilt means it will be get supported. I am using the tilt board. So if you need the pressure board means, how much pressure I just give you to that means, that sometimes will be that working. So you know about these drawing tablet purposes, these all things, right? So then one, I just go for the fixed, maybe the pressure wheel or the tilt. So from the method colorization, I just give the tint, so I can give any colors to it. So if you give none, only the blacks will be come off. So I just go for the tints. If you need the flip along, that means it will reflect the right. So what kind of reflect this ones, and this is the overlap. So what kind of overlap, it will be get below this ones, corner and fold, and within the overlaps in the prevent the folds. So if you get fold means it will be prevented, so I just prevent the fold. So I click OK. Then now I just take my brush, any type of size. Okay, you need it. So see this, I can draw. Love it, right? Oh sorry, oops, I just select only this thing. Now I press some kind of a weird color. Yeah, love it. See this, once I draw, I like this. If you want to draw behind the leaf now means, just go to the here, draw the behind. Okay, right? Draw normal, draw the behind. So if I click the draw behind, it will comes to the behind. So how do I understand means, check any other color, you just see that, right? It is beyond, it's behind you only. So if I go like this, I just make it twirl like this, it will comes. If I twirl like this, it also comes. So this is the art brush. So you can make any type of brushes, anything like that, you can do it. So once I press Control A, delete means, if you want to make that brush and everything again means, just click the brush, take it inside your document, and you can edit it for your own selves. Go to the layer, it is going to all the group from here. Press the Control Shift G, break the group, and you can do anything possible, right? Now you can save it also for the brushes, for the brush, a total kind of a brush palettes, brush tubes, like anything. So if the same kind of brush like this, see this, some kind of a pattern brush, I just do Nilo. So I just draw a rounded rectangle from here. I just make one more shape like this. Okay, now press the B key. I just give to the color to any colors from here, stroke none, right? So I just make a little bit bigger. Yes, that one is very good. Press the controller command 0. Now I click alt key like this. Okay, you can make it like this once, but I just make a little bit swing, tilted. Now I make like this. Press the control D to make several things, right? How many things you just needed, you can do it. So I just press all these things. Okay, press the control G to make only one single group. Then I right click, taking to the arrange, or taking to the transform. I just need to reflect it. Okay, so reflect it to the horizontal view. I can get the preview. That's easy. Make it copy. Once I doing this, press the shift down arrow. You can move it very quickly. So if I move down arrow single times means it will becomes over like this. If I press the shift plus down arrow or up arrow means you can move it quickly, right? Very cool, that one. So now press the paint or pen tool. So I just click a point from here. I just go through the point here, right? Now for this point, okay, for the stroke I just give 4, any kind of colors to that, not at all a problem. So I just make a little bit strong from here. So I just select this one a little bit inside. Okay, now you can couldn't see the gaps, right? Press this, press totally everything, control or command G to make it group a whole thing, right? Now I just put it down inside this, press select everything, taking to the selection. Okay, alignment to the selection, hit center, hit in the this also. Very good. Now coming to close this path to the these things. Very good. So if I select the rectangle, okay, and I right click on this, arrange to the bring to the front. So rectangle is going to be front of the view. The leaves and that structure will be going in the back side. If I click, then I right click, make clip masking. Very good, right? So now it's get clip masked. So under that clip masked and everything, I just select this. I just go to the brush, as the brush menu, click the new brush. If you can do like this also. So if you can do another property also. Just pull and drop inside this. It will ask you. Okay, scatter brush, pattern brush, whatever these things. So inside this, I just make like a pattern brush for this. So before that, we just make the art brush. Inside this, now we are just making the pattern brush. So inside the pattern brush, we just click this. The pattern options will be comes from here. So here, this is the thing, auto centered. Okay, that between whatever you just need on this. So you just make the none, and you can be auto centered, and this is the original like this. I just make for the tint or some other things I just need it. The spacing, how much spacing you just need, that the 25% means it will comes to like this only, 25% that spacing. So I just go for spacing like a 0 only for this brush especially. Then I click OK. Your pattern brush will be get ready now. So how to apply this means, I just make a square for this outline. Okay, I just selected the square, a rectangle, apply this pattern. So for this pattern, what it will be that it is going to be applied for all the things anywhere, but you can change at any time. Like I said, if I double click on this once, okay, if I make 25% of these ones, you can make click the preview like this, 13%, right? And over that you just make the Zive. If I click auto centered, automatically sliced, this is fixed. Once I click it and I click OK, apply to the strokes also, it will be get automatically applied. Or otherwise go to the effect, sorry, object transform scale. In that scale you can scale it, that transform the objects also. So for this now, yes, I can change like this. I think it is good. You can make any type of patterns, any type of these things, it will be very useful. So press the L key, you can make it for any brushes also. See this, right? If I make any type of, okay, like this one, say this, or like this, or would be like this. So you just draw the name for anything inside the path and everything. You can apply the brushes for superb things. The brushes, it's a very long story, okay? Only I just make you to the what kind of brushes, how to make this and everything. So you just apply so many several kind of designs also we just teaching about in these classes. So make some patterns, make some cool things, you can do it. So actually it is very easy to this one. See this, within a second, okay, we can make this. So I just make like one. So just select this, press the Control D, Control D, Control D, like that, right? So things like this, I just select this once, press the Control G, okay. So I just make one more duplicate on this, copy, I make another rectangle, right? So I need to fill with some other colors, okay, right? So like this, go to the half of this one, exactly center on this one, then I click to select the rectangle, move to bring to the front, then I click right click, make the clip masked. So for that clip masked, it's going with the half of the thing. So one thing is going to be like this, so one thing, another thing will be going like this, so that another thing will be going like this. Then I make rotate this. So with the help of only one design, I can make three type of things. So just pull it on that. You can make for the any pattern brush like this. So I don't need to change these anythings, okay, right? I just click OK. Before that I need to tint it, that only, that's it. Apply, leave the strokes, then I to come here. So I just make it to down, pattern the strokes, only the tints, I just apply it. So for this, put it beyond, put the pattern brush, only the tints, that's it. Now I just selected these things, deleted those everythings, then I make any rectangle, okay, or any square or any circle, whatever those things you can apply on it. See that one is very cool, isn't it? So you can change over the pattern also by clicking the transform and to the go for the scale. So inside the scale you can see that, so what the patterns is to be going, that thing also you can be changed. So you can make the symbols also for these things, right? For this thing I just applied this one, second one, very cool, these things. Once I double click on this once, the corner, okay, what do you mean by that? Corner automatically centered, so you can slash overlap one for these designs, and everything's is based upon you, how many designs you just created, how many of them you just get experienced with this. So I just hope you all understand these brushes lessons from here. So kindly jump into the next effects sections. So in that effects section, we just see all about these things. Okay, Illustrator effects, Photoshop effects, we already know about that. Illustrator effects, we just need to learn about that one. So kindly jump into the next lesson. Stay attached. Hi, hello everyone. In this class, we are just going to be learn about the typography. So what do you mean by the typography? The text and its effects and its properties, like that is mixed around with that, we call about the typography. There is a typography window arrangement also is there inside that. If you click that, so once you whatever the needed inside this layers, properties, characters, paragraphs, and the open type, like the character styles and the paragraph styles, appearance panel, and the transparency panel, and the artboards. So whatever you just need windows, it will automatically arranged in your Illustrator for the typography. So let's see about the some typography examples. So this is a normal text from here. This is the drop down. That means the vertical one. So we can rearrange this ones, like I just get rounded these things. Okay, this I just a round mark with a brush only. So kind of area type tool, area vertical tools. This is the area type tools, and with the line, that means type on some other paths. If you have any path inside these things, you can make it. So if I press the A key, so you can adjust the path also, right? Like this. So how to design like this? Once we just get knowledge about inside these things, let's get started with that. So go to the window, you just get for the first one character. Okay, you can see that character oh, it does not here where it is going on, it will be from here. This is the thing, character, paragraph, open type, like this. So once you did not have this window from here, you can go for the window and you can get it back. In that we can use as a like these everything's. I just show you. First of all, I just select everything, then I hit what, I just created a new layer inside these things. I just drop font as these ones. So go to the type tool, first initial thing. Only 3 types of type tools available from here, right? Okay, now get the magic, get it into from here, go to the advanced panel. Now you just come here. Yes, all the type tools will be comes from here, right? Don't be get confused in things before. If you are a beginner, you just learned these things, where the remaining things you just go, because in the typography set it will be the tool panels will be get set into the basic one only, not in the advanced one. If you get the advanced one, these all the type tools will be available. So for the just only the type tool, the shortcut is the T. If you make a rectangle on your artboard, automatically the type tool will give you the placeholder text inside this, that lorem ipsum font, like that, right? So for these things, I just delete this one. Okay, I select this, remove the comma also. Okay, I am good. How about you and your family? Question mark. I am good. Maybe full stop is there, right? Yeah. Maybe I am just just good in English, I think so. So you, first of all, you just take like this, means get the move tool, you just bring it to from here, because we want to see these things. Okay, inside this, this is the font styles. Okay, for inside the font style, I want to see that if you go for the window, you can see the same things available from here. So this is the Pacifio font. From here you can see kind of a calligraphy style like that with a pen. So if I go to this the corner of this one, I can move, okay, the bring the remaining things. If you just click onto the panels, you just take to this end, will be the path is going to be start from here, right? Now you can move this type, means it will be automatically connected, okay, whenever and wherever you just be need connected. So one the second thing, you can be need started to these things. So now I just get deleted that thing. Now just click here, you just go to the path of near thing, I get shrink it. Yes, very relief, right? Then now if I jump into the font styles, you can see the filters. Okay, this is the filter of some classifications and the properties will be available inside these things. So kind of a font sans serifs, without the serifs, and with serifs. You know about these things, right? Serifs means that is the little bit of a bar on the edge of the any letters. So these things thick bold serif, and this is the flowing and the calligraphy things, and this is the Gothic font. So something Gothic like a monsters like that. And this is the handwritten, and this is the monospaced, and this is some decorative fonts. If I click decorative fonts, only the decorative fonts will be available inside your list. Okay, you can easily filter it out. This is very useful for the beginners, intermediates, and any advanced users also. And the next thing, you can make some favorites. So how to make favorites means, if you come to this ones, maybe I like this thing die hand, okay, and star mark will be there, add to the favorites, like to add to the favorites, like the Amazon man, you find out some products, you just going to add it to your favorites, and later bit you can be used it, right? So that kind of thing. If I click the filter and everything, you can now see that these things only at the filter, clear the all means, right? Now you jump into the show the favorites. I have some favorite fonts inside these things. Back soda is very much, I love it. So I now selected the text from here. If I need to increase the font size, you can go for only one click and two clicks. If I need 10 points suddenly increased to your font size, means you just press the shift key, make it to click to certain things, right? Then I click the move tool, then add it from here. Once you've done this, this is the text only. This is not a shape, or this is not a object, this is not a path like that. This is just a text only. So how to change that for my designs and everything means, once you've done everything, you just pick this to the next to these things. I want to show you the difference, so I get the duplicate from that. Right click on it, you can see the create outlines. Once you hit the create outlines, now see the text what will be done inside these things. Okay, if I press Ctrl or Command Y, that means you can see the outlines. So there is no outlines inside the text, but for these things you can see the outline. So what is this thing now? This is a path. Yes, it's a path. Now you can release the text thing. Now you can make it ungroup these things. I just selected the U only, get any other color to it. Okay, get the about to any other color to that one, to the end. Like it, you can go for it. You can make it to the gradient also, because you know about the gradient tool also. So this is the typography introduction. Okay, let's see about the next video. In this video, we are just going to be seeing about all the things inside the toolbar, that is the text toolbar. Okay, so in the text toolbar, what are the designs inside this and how to use that, I just text explain you. So the first one we just see about in the past video. The second thing, area type tool. So what do you mean by the area type tool? Like that means, first of all, you just need to create some area. Okay, if I simply have any polygons like that, okay, I just do it inside to the next one like this, make it some bigger. Okay, then only you can see without any disturbance like this. For that, I just bring down to the fill to the none, so you can easily see about these things. And to the stroke, I just give into the stroke path of 1 points or the 2 points, whatever you just need, that's okay. Then I click the area type tool. Okay, you just come to the path of any this area. Okay, this corners for the path of any types. So once I hit the path, I just click it out. So once I hit click, automatically that placeholder filler will be the right lorem ipsum like that. So for that, I just select all the text from here, go to the font size. I need only 7 points, 7 point. So only at the 7 points I just give it down. Then I click fill the width placeholder text. Now you can see the whole text will be inside the so once you've done these things inside these things, you just get to type any font you can use that. So for that back soda I just used some other things like this. Okay, fine. So that now double click on this one, you just get into from here, get rid of that white spaces, whatever that's things. Okay, you will get everything aligned with that. So set Control A or Command A inside these things. Then now you click that align bar. Okay, inside that align bar, click horizontally, center will be there, right? This is this. So now I just get into the paragraph alignment to the center. If I just do it means what you can be seen inside this, you can automatically see a shape for this ones. So like this, the second example is going for this path. If I click the area type tool, if I click it, it will tells you some kind of error. So what is the error? You must click here non-compound path or non-masking path to create this. So what the shape I just using to make this means 2 circles and a triangle. Okay, so for this purpose only I just make this. It is not, I can make it as a in the pen tool. If you just want to make this art in as the pen tool means it is a compound path, it is not a this one. So then right click on it, release the compound path, that's it. Now you can just click the area type tool, you just click the area, automatically it will be finding this everything, maybe 4 pixels, right? Under that insert the fill the placeholder text. So in the placeholder text, some these areas will be okay, which we need to occupy these things. So if you need that means you can go for the press the edit, delete the key, and you can come to here from here, you just make it erased like this. Okay, I just erase this one, then I again come to fill with the placeholder text. That's it. So once you've done this, release this means you can see that the shape will be converted. Okay, the text will be filled with that in that area. This is the area type tool. Okay, you can understand these things. Now the second or third one, type of the path tool. So what kind of a path you just needed, you can make it using the pen tool. I just make a some weird path. Press the V key, hit the fill with none, then you pick the type on the path tool, hit the path, automatically it will be replaced with your placeholder text. So for your convenience, I just make a little bit of font size. Now you can see, right, on the path you can make your text like this. So this is also very much useful to anything. So if I make some spear or any shapes like that, you can hit like this on the path, right? So once you hit on the path, you just move to the move tool. There is a 2 bars of the key. You just see that inside from here. If you go near to that, it will show that push backward and push the forward this thing. Okay, if I push the forward, you can pull the text into the forward things like this from here to from here. Okay, if I back it, only the down of this area only it will comes to from here. If I go to near, you just make like this, right? So some kind of designs we just make to convert to the logos or some other things and things. So if I press the from here, I just go to that, make the transform or get into the rotate like this. So make it to the 180 degree, preview this, that's it. If I need to make like this once, you can do it. So if I make again the press the L key, go to the center, press the Alt down key from that. So about this time I just give it to the italics. So now press the Shift X to invert it to that, to the fill color and the stroke color, right? Then I make a little bit of very cool body, and this around these things it will becomes around to make this some part of any designs like this. So I just make into L one of a let squares. So press the Shift X to convert it to that. So press the Shift, okay, coming to that option to that, press the Alt key, do that like this. Then I transform to the reflect, make it a copy, press the V key, press double times Shift to that, make it to arrange inside these things. So some kind of designs, okay, this is not a perfect one, so put it inside these ones like a flame, whatever the thrones, whatever your logos and everything, you just make it like this, and you can convert it to that whole object into the right click. Okay, create the outlines like this, means from here create outlines. So once you create the outlines, it will be totally converted into the text layer to the shape layer. That's it. So now that this is the simple thing, that's it. Once you click it, you just go into whatever these things, see the text will be going to the vertical manner. That's it. And this is the same one inside the area type tool. It comes into the area vertical tools. So this is a kind of a area. When I just click inside that, press Ctrl A or Command A into these ones, press it into the 5. Okay, and next with the place with the fill called text means all the text will be comes into the vertical manners. That's it. Once you've done this, you can clearly make it around this size. So just I click hit, making to the opacity of 30%. So what will be down will be there. Some kind of designs when be falling like matrix. I resembled into the matrix film. So like kind of this patterns, and it will be placed around behind the logo. So no one will do that, but it's a kind of design like that. Maybe you can do that. Break the rules and you can do it. So the vertical path aligned with the same type of a path tool, you just make any path to these things. Through the path, I just selected these ones, press the controller X. Then now you do that. You just click it means what will be done if the path is going to be the 90-degree like this, like a falling path. Okay, you can see the letters will be come down arranged into the path. So once I click it, I just go into the like this. You can see now very clearly the letters going to be falling down through the path, like kind of a waterfalls, like kind of a letter falls. You can make it inside these things. Once you've done this all the things, the last one, if I make into that, press the V key, I just delete this ones that is gets disturbed in here. So once I click, make the shape anything like this, Mac Desmond, I just make it, press the shift key on the size, then I do it like this. Before I get into the creative outlines, I can make the shape. If I move it means the total kind of the shape only getting moved, even though that if I selected the only one thing means I cannot get moved. So how to move the single letter means I just come into the touch type tool, right? So inside the touch type tool, once I touch any type, that means any text inside this, I can move. If I move like this, base shift will be moved along with the next letters also. It will be get moved with along that. So if I get like this, if I get move to the tap, if I get to the one, if I get shrinked, it will be get shrinked also. So if I get move like this, once in the tap, once in the found, once in the crest, once in the trough, once in the up, once in the down. See, now if I move into the creative outlines, now I can move with okay, whatever you just made like this. Before the creative outlines, you can do like this. So this is the one, Desmond, DES, okay, MOND. Okay, for the Mac properties, I just go into the first pullover from this one. So the next one is the hide like this. All these ones, the properties and everything for my these rose color or the magenta color, right? So what is that thing? You can go for the view smart guides. So my smart guides is made to be used to very much useful for that. And this is the one horizontal distributor center. Okay, this is also very useful for that. So now the letters will be going to design inside your what outlines. Now get listen to everything. Only the two things, upload the two videos. The typography I just introduced into the for the very beginners only, not for the advanced users. If you are using the advanced users, please follow me the classes and everything. I just making into a clean, well detailed design inside the Skillshare class. Thank you for that one. Bye bye. See you on the next video. Yes, of course. Now we just coming into the last final part of the course. So how to save this, how to export the your artboards, how to export as a different kind of stuffs finished there. So let's get see that. So what kind of applications that used to open your export finals also we just seen about that. So once you make, you just finished your artboard and everything, let's go into the file, save as. If you go to the save as option, the format is actually added into as a default AI only. So if you need to EPS format also you can do for it, or the AI, it means it's a Adobe Illustrator template, or otherwise you can go for the PDF also. If you need the SVG files also you can need to save it. So usually from these 6 designs, okay, actually 5 only, SVG is a compressed one and a non-compressed one, and this is the Adobe Illustrator file, and this is the EPS file, and it is the AIT, that means the template. If you are making the template for any other artboards using for that the next upcoming sessions for your things, means you can go for design that thing also using of any designs. Okay, just to save it into the AIT only. Once you're done with the AIT, you can go for the control new, that means command N or control N to activate into these things. You can go for the saved options, can find it from here because of the templates and everything will be saved as from here only, right? Then now I just go to the export for the screens is there. So if I click it, the export for the screens means export assets independently of artboards, like that means assets, this is the assets and this is the artboards. If I come to the artboard, I export as a single image of this whole thing like that. Or if I need for the go for the assets means insert this is the asset exports, where it will be find means you can find it in the window asset export. In that asset export I just select this, okay, bring it to inside asset number 1, that is the behind thing, this is the asset 1 and this is the asset 2, right? If I select this thing, bring it to these ones, you can see the asset as a single one. If I come to select control or command G, that means I grouped it, means I bring it to this one, single asset will be comes out, right? If I select these things, control or command G, with that beauty things, right? And the scale option, how much I need, that means X means 1x is the individual original size. Okay, if I select the 2x, double the size, 4x, everything will be elongated in your things. If you need a scale, you can do it in your things. Okay, 1x is the one complete things, and the second scale, if I need the 4x in the format of JPG or PDFs, anything means you can save it along into that. Once you've done these things, you can go for export, click the export. Or this is for the iOS device presets, and this is the Android device. If I click the Android means it will be automatically popped up everything. If I click iOS, it will be get popped up into these things. So I get rid of these all the things, only 1x only. If I hit expose, it will comes into my things. I am not interested into create cloud files saving that, so I just move into the desktop. I just hit export, create, choose it. You can see this, right? Export for the design 1 is successfully completed. So now we just jump into the desktop, move into the export panel, 1x designs. See this? I just that only 1x only, so it happens like this. So I just select everything 1 2 3 4 5 like this, so make it to the 4x and the PNG. Now hit export, choose. Now I jump into these ones, into the 4x. You can see like this, right? This is the PNG options only. You can make download or exports at any time. So I just simply delete these things and I come to here, click out on this. So if I need to export as a PDF file, go to the export as. In that export as, coming to the desktop, you can go for the PDF or otherwise the PSD Photoshop file. Okay, you can make it as a Photoshop file also from here, converted into the Photoshop files. Use the artboards. Okay, all the artboards range and everything. So I just make into the PSD design GST. So once you completed in this, this is the designs of if you want to make in the RGB, you can go for it. If you make it over the printed designs, CMYK is very good. So RGB 300 ppi is very good. I just need to write the layers, not the flat image. I just used to write the image and I click OK. So this application will be writing the Photoshop file to it. So once I do this, you can see that option only 1.8 MB, man. It's very good actually. So I just right click open with Photoshop. You just see that how it will be that. So only I just open that all the applications and I will show that. Yes, it's a complete PNG option. I just show that. So it will becomes around from here. All the groups and how much image tracings, how much these things, everything will become out. So only to this. So how many layers is going to be this? Layer count 25 groups is there. 290 layers is there inside this. It's very much superb, man. Love it. Why? Because of so many groups and everything means each and every object inside these things is a group. So okay, control or command 0 to bring it up inside these things. Make a new layer. Okay, put it down to that. Press the control or command things. Make it white. So you can now see very clearly these things. This is the background. Okay, now I save it. Same thing. That's okay. You can find it out as anything designs, and you can, if you are get expert in the Photoshop, means you can make it in the Illustrator and you can jump from there to here also, because we know to how to work on the PSD files. Hi everyone. In this class we are going to be seen about for the bad shake or for the good shake. Sometimes Illustrator it's not must be working perfectly. So in that case what will we do means close every panels whatever you just in this, close the designs. I already saved that, so I click don't save. So the last opened items also found out from here. For like the Photoshop, if you go for the file menu, you did not close the recent files. You only open the recent files and everything. So how to clear this area? So now just quit the Illustrator, clear the clipboard. Fine. Now you just open the Illustrator where you just install in one. For my case, I'm using the Mac, so I just go into the applications and these ones. In your case, if you are using the Windows, means that if you go for program files and you know about that where it is, so you can select the exe file, that is the application file. Press the option command shift, that means alt control shift. Okay, double click on it. So again the Illustrator will open with a clear interface. You should see that all the preference and everything will be gone off. Now you just making the, actually that's it. Now you just clear the all the recent files and you just get ready with the new bright application interface. Okay, brand new like that. So enjoy it one. So this is the very known knowledgeable subject for that every Illustrator user, as in my perspective view.